tossed. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after.
Indicated in red.
Okay. And what about page 10?
So this is continuing down that northwest running sidewalk, so we're now walking towards the north. You can see I've depicted patterns D and E, which are both two areas of drip stains.
Okay. And how about page 11?
This is continuing further down that north-south sidewalk, moving further to the north. Once again, there are two additional areas, patterns F and pattern G, that are drip stains.
And page 12?
So this is now turning towards 1366. So this is the sidewalk that is now turning and heading west towards the door to 1366. There are, once again, two additional patterns, H and I, that are both consistent with drip stains.
And then finally, for purposes of the sidewalk, what does page 13 show us?
So page 13 is the portion of the sidewalk directly in front of the door for 1366. You can see that there is pattern J, which are additional drip stains. Pattern A through J make up a drip trail, and that's just a series of drip stains that show movement between two areas. So we have a drip trail from the position of the decedent to the positioning of the front door here.
And so, in terms of the totality of the sidewalk area, was there one type of blood pattern that predominated based on your observations?
Yes, so it was predominantly drip stains which made up this drip trail.
Okay. And if we go to page 14 and 15, where are we for purposes of orientation at the scene at this point?
So this is the entryway into 1366, and then also that storm door, that screen door, into 1366.
Okay, and in this particular area, what, if any, type of blood patterns did you observe in photographs?
So there were additional drip stains in this area, which were denoted as pattern N. You can see now, because we're on a smooth surface, they look more circular and smooth in their appearance. There was also transfer stains on the door, so that would indicate that a blood-bearing object came into contact with this door at some point. And there's also a drip pattern that is a liquid dripping into liquid, one of which is blood. So there was a liquid drop of blood, and additional drips now have dripped into it and created this pattern.
Okay. And in terms of the transfer stain, hypothetically, could that come from a bloody bare foot?
The transfer stain on the door?
On the, sort of on the bottom that we're looking at, in the bottom right-hand corner?
The bottom right-hand corner is a drip pattern.
Okay.
The transfer stains were present on the door in this area. There are additional.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are additional transfer stains.
I missed that.
Yeah.
So the transfer stain would come from something touching the door that already has blood on it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's in the bottom left-hand corner?
Yes, the bottom left-hand corner, and then the top of that is the storm door handle. That also had transfer stains. So the handle and the glass.
Okay. And if we go to page 16, what does page 16 depict?
So there were multiple transfer stains that were present on the main door. They were present on the exterior, on the deadbolt and the door handle. They were also present on the side of the door and on the interior of the door near the doorknob, and just on the inside of the door, above the doorknob.
Okay. And how about page 17? What does that show us?
So this is the ground inside the entryway. There are additional drip stains, which are a continuation of pattern N. There's also on this rug, we see outlined in that black is a pattern R, which is consistent with the transfer stain. There are pattern S are spatter stains. That is blood that is and a force is applied and it releases airborne drops that then fall to the ground. So think of if you have liquid blood and you hit it with a hammer and it causes blood drops to go flying and then they're deposited. Those are spatter stains. Sometimes when you have spatter stains, you can classify them as a different type of pattern, like an impact pattern or cast off. In this instance, because there's so few, it just indicates that blood was flinging off of something and landed in this area.
Okay. And if we go to page 18, what does that depict?
So 18 is showing the condition of the hallway that leads into the living room, and this is showing the original positioning of some keys in that area.
Okay. And how about page 19?
So page 19 is an overview of the amount of staining that was present in that hallway, and it shows that it basically, the majority starts near the beginning, or excuse me, near the end of that blue rug and extends past the bathroom door towards the actual living room.
And as we move on from here in the presentation, are we going to be looking at specific patterns that you identified in this specific area?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And if we go to page 20, what does page 20 tell us?
So page 20 starts with pattern U. These are two transfer stains. U1, you will notice that there's this square type pattern that's present. Sometimes when you have a transfer stain, the object that left behind that stain, you can see the outline of it. In this instance, that square looks like possibly maybe the keychain has left behind some type of impression and then was moved at some point. And then pattern V is an altered pool with spattered stains. So once again, pool is a large accumulation of blood. You'll notice that in the areas that are marked orange, it looks like maybe that pattern has been changed, like something has wiped through it or something. That indicates that that pattern was deposited. There was movement of some sort that led to an alteration of that pattern. And then pattern W indicates drip stains, and you'll notice that those drip stains are on top of that altered portion. So that indicate that there was a pool, it was at some point altered, and then some movement happened through that area again that deposited drip stains on top of this altered area.
Okay. And how about page 21?
So page 21 is now in front of that bathroom door. So pattern V is still present, and you'll notice there's additional alterations on this end of the pattern, which is denoted in that orange color. There's also the presence of additional drip staining, which is a continuation of pattern W. There is pattern X is a transfer stain that is near that bathroom door and that south wall, and you'll notice that it looks like maybe it's in the shape of fingers, like maybe there was blood on a hand that contacted that portion of the flooring. Next to that is an altered splash. So once again, a splash is an accumulation of blood that falls to the ground and then is dispersed amongst it. The area that's highlighted in orange in that top photo, highlighted in yellow it looks like on here, but it's actually supposed to be orange, is the area that instead of having a nice smooth edge, it looks like it was altered. And then we also start to see pattern Z, which is we are going to see a continuation of pattern Z throughout much of this flooring. Pattern Z are transfer stains, and if you'll notice, they appear to possibly be in the shape of bare feet. So you can see the ball of a foot and toes. Z1 and Z3 both appear to be pointing towards the west, whereas Z2 appears to be pointing towards the east. So we have foot impressions in blood that are moving in multiple directions.
Now, what kind of circumstances in your experience could cause an altered pool or an altered splash pattern?
Alteration generally happens because after something has been deposited, something has come by now and moved through it. So it can happen due to movement of individuals at scene. So the altered pool could have been deposited, and then the individual could have then gotten up and moved around further while they're still actively bleeding and now have altered it. You can also see it due to EMS or some type of medical support or crime scene coming through an area and moving through these stained areas and now altering them. So it was after the stain was deposited, something moved through that area and changed its appearance.
Okay. And if we go to page 22, what does page 22 show?
This shows various areas of swipe stains and transfer stains that are on that south wall and on that bathroom door. So a swipe stain is if you have blood, say, on your hand, you come into contact with the wall and you move your hand. It's going to swipe that blood across that. And we can tell that it's a swipe stain due to the indications of the feathering, which I've noted on there. That feathering shows that movement happened when that stain was deposited. So this just indicates that blood-bearing objects came into contact with this area.
And how about page 23?
So this indicates that there are additional spatter stains, which are indicated in BB. There's also a projected pattern that's present here. So a projected pattern is blood that is forced out of an area under pressure. It's commonly seen with breaches to the circulatory system, so such as a neck wound. As the heart continues to pump, it can continue to create pressure that builds up and then forces blood out of those breaches in that circulatory system. And it's generally large, heavy stains that when they hit, they don't absorb right away and they'll start to run down. So you can see it looks like there's large amounts of staining that have now started to flow or run down towards the ground.
And in terms of orienting ourselves, where is this located at the scene that we're looking at here?
This is on the bathroom door. So it's on that south wall, on the bathroom door in the hallway. And it's located right around 32 inches or so from the ground.
And in terms of what you've described as a projected pattern, were you able to identify any other areas definitively at the scene that had a projected pattern?
This was the only one that I definitively described. There was one where it's a possible projected, but this is the only definitive one.
Okay, now in your experience, if a victim who is bleeding had a significant circulatory breach, would you expect to see more of a projected pattern than this?
So if somebody had a breach to a major artery, something that was under high pressure, I would expect to see a very large projected pattern and a lot of projected patterns. Every time the heart pumps, you're going to probably get a projected pattern. There are other areas of the circulatory system that are under less pressure, and so it's less likely that that blood is going to fly as far. And so in those instances, you wouldn't see the same type of pattern as you would see if you had a major breach to an artery.
Okay. And do you see any patterns at all in the blood, in this case, consistent with a major breach to an artery?
I do not see a large projected that has, a major breach to an artery would look like a projected pattern that has like this wave pattern to it. So as the heart pumps, it squirts out blood and it forms like that wave looking pattern. I do not see anything like that present at this scene.
Okay. And if we move to page 24, what does page 24 show us?
So 24 is a white pattern that is on that door. It's directly next to that projected pattern. A white pattern is the result of a blood stain being deposited and then something moves through it. So in that yellow portion, I have indicated where it looks like there were the perimeters of some stains that were deposited and then something moved through that after it was deposited.
And how about page 25?
So 25 is on the wall that is now to the west of the bathroom door by that light switch, and we see additional transfer stainings and a swipe stain.
And page 26?
So this page 26 shows this partial wall that we're now going to be looking at. It's what juts out in between the hallway and the entrance to the living room.
And page 27?
At the top of this partial wall, there was transfer stains. This one was identified as FF, and you'll notice it appears to wrap around that partial wall. And there are indications that maybe it is a possible hand based on possible outlines of fingers and the palm. This was one area that the crime scene response team did enhance with LCV to try to get better detail from that print.
Okay. And how about page 28?
So GG is below FF. This is also appears to be a transfer stain that once again wraps around the wall and appears to be in the possible shape of fingers in a palm.
And page 29?
Present on this partial wall, there were also multiple areas of spatter staining. Once again, that's just blood being released from an object and creating these airborne drops that then fall. It simply indicates that a blood source moved through this area.
And how about page 30?
So this is the floor right beneath where that partial wall is located. Pattern KK is an altered splash pattern. The altered area is indicated in orange on the screen. And then you have L, which is a swipe that appears to be maybe in the shape of a possible foot, and then that foot moved. MM are drip stains, which are indicated in red, that are present throughout this area. And then NN just indicates 2 transfer stains that are present, and also, notice that there are drip stains present on top of those transfer stains. So some of this blood staining was deposited, and then once again, something moved through the area and caused drip stains.
And how about page 31?
Page 31 is now moving into closer to the living room, closer to where that rug is located. There are additional drip stains, which is a continuation of pattern MM and present in red. There are also additional transfer stains, which are identified as pattern OO. And here we start to see there's a possible drip pattern and mixed with a splash pattern. So pattern PP is those 3 stains that are in a row. The 2 on the edge, they appear to be drip patterns, so blood dripping into blood. And then that middle one appears to be more like a splash, so a volume of blood fell and created that central stain with the staining around it.
And page 32?
Page 32 shows the start of pattern that's identified as QQ. So this is now moving towards the rug that's present in the living room. The Z7 is present, and that yellow arrow is present to help orient between the 2 photos to show how those 2 photos overlap. This area was an area of drip patterns and drip stains. So we have some areas with large central stains where blood dripped into blood, and then we have those smaller drip stains dispersed around it.
And page 33.
This is now moving into the living room, so we're moving towards the west, still on the same floor. Now we can see that there are additional transfer stains in the shape of feet, which are a continuation of our pattern Z. Once again, you can see that they move in multiple or pointed in multiple directions. There is also pattern RR, which is a possible splash or projected. So sometimes you can have where 2 patterns have overlapping features. So a splash that occurred at a high velocity might spread a lot more than one at a low velocity, and a projected that occurred at a low velocity or a low pressure is not going to spread as much as a projected at a high pressure. So if you have a splash under high or projected under low, they could have some overlapping features. So this could be a splash or a projected.
And how about page 34?
And then this shows the continuation of QQ, which just extends all the way down the length of that rug. And you can see that there's multiple drip stains distributed throughout. And then lastly, we have pattern SS, which is a transfer stain.
And did you also examine photographs of the stairwell leading to the basement?
Yes, I did.
And if we look at page 35, does that begin your sort of analysis of that portion of the home?
Yes, it does.
And what does page 35 show us?
So this shows the top landing of the stairwell. There was a transfer stain that was present on the railing, which was identified as TT. It's on the very edge of that railing. It's a little difficult to see here. And then that top landing has a mixture of a drip pattern, drip stains, and then all of those smaller stains that are present are consistent with spatter stains. This staining here is most likely a byproduct of the staining that occurred in that hallway at the top of those stairs adjacent to this area.
Okay, and if we look at page 36, what does that show us?
So this shows the stairwell. It shows the actual stairs themselves in total, and then it also shows that north wall to the north of the stairs.
And how about page 37?
So on all of the stairs, they all contain spatter stains. All of the stains were around 1 millimeter up to ½ a centimeter, so every single stair had stains consistent with spatter stains.
And so hypothetically, if there was somebody bleeding at the top of the staircase and depositing blood, would you expect to see stains on the staircase consistent with this?
Yes, I do have a couple of photos later on that show the amount of staining that was present on that ground adjacent to where that stairwell is. When you have some of these patterns being created, those spatter stains can fly a really long ways. So some of them could be because those spatter stains flew and then were deposited. It also could be the result of just movement. So as an individual is moving and bleeding, blood could be flying off of them. This could also have been part of what ended up in the stairwell.
And in terms of pages 38 and 39, are those just more images of similar stains on the staircase?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How about page 40?
So this shows that north wall of the stairwell. So if we are assuming that as those patterns are being created and that is what's causing the satellite spatter to come and rain down into that stairwell, we would expect to see these elliptical stains also on the wall that have a downward directionality, and that is what we see. We can see that there are elliptical stains that look like they were moving towards the 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock direction.
And how about page 41?
That just shows more of those stains that are on that north wall that were present most likely as a byproduct of the staining that was formed on the main floor.
And page 42?
And this shows the relationship of that staining on the living room floor to the presence of the staining that's present on that stairwell.
And page 43?
These images show the condition of the living room. These were from some of the initial images I received from the initial processing, so I treated them as the condition of the living room upon arrival.
And page 44?
This is the end table that was located next to the couch. There was staining present on the items on the end table, consistent with a drip pattern, drip stains, and also a transfer stain.
And how about page 45?
This is an image of the couch. The pillows have been removed, and you can see that the majority of the staining is now just present along the front of those couch cushions. The staining is consistent with drip stains, and just show that an individual was in the area, moving through the area and bleeding.
And page 46?
So there was a Michigan blanket that was laying on the floor that was spread out so we could see the presence of staining. This is the blue side, and there are indications of saturation staining on the bottom corners.
And page 47?
And then on the yellow side, there's indications of saturation stains, which are indicated in green. There's also the presence of some blood stains. These were small stains that it was hard to determine if they could be spatter or possible drip stains due to how fuzzy this blanket is. It was unknown how the staining would actually spread across it, so they were termed blood stains. There's also a stain where you notice that instead of having a nice defined edge, it's highlighted in orange. You can see how it looks like maybe something moved across it and altered its appearance.
And page 48?
These are the pillows that were on the floor in front of the couch. So this is the top pillow that was present. There is saturation staining, which is indicated in green, and transfer staining, which is indicated in black.
And page 49?
This is the yellow pillow that was present on front of the couch. This also had areas of saturation staining and transfer staining, which are indicated. It did also have a stain on the bottom corner that appeared to possibly have a tread pattern. That's the middle picture in the top, and it's outlined in black.
Okay, and was that were there any other areas of possible tread patterns that you observed?
There was. On the picture, on the top right photo, there is an area where it looks like maybe the shape of a shoe is present. And if you'll notice in the left side photo, that pillow was on top of a flip-flop. It appeared like maybe it had come into contact with that flip-flop after staining had been deposited and there was some transfer.
And other than this pillow that we're looking at on page 49, were there any other areas at the scene, based on the photos that you observed, possible tread patterns consistent with a footwear impression?
No, these were the only two.
Okay. And how about page 50? What does that show us?
So this shows the rug. On the north side of the rug in front of the couch, there were areas of drip stains and also an area of a transfer stain, which is indicated in black.
And how about page 51?
Once again, this is moving now further west on that rug, and there's additional areas of drip staining present.
And page 52?
This is now towards the middle of the couch. There's a saturation stain that is present, which is the large stain that's in the metal. Around that you can see that there are drip stains, and there are also these very small, fine-looking stains. Those are consistent with spatter stains, and those stains are also present on the edge of the couch. The ones on the edge of the couch were most likely a byproduct from whatever formed that stain on the rug. However, because of how blood wicks into and like spreads across a fabric, I can't tell exactly how that saturation stain got there, but most likely those spatter stains are a byproduct of that formation.
And how about page 53?
And then this shows where the footrest was positioned and the staining in that area. The items present have now been removed from that area, and you can see that there was staining on the rug underneath the positioning of some of these items, and these are consistent with drip stains.
And page 54?
And then this shows the flip-flops that were present and that there is blood staining present on top of these flip-flops.
Okay, and we touched on this on Thursday a little bit, but in terms of your analysis, are you able to offer any sort of definitive conclusion as to the location where the assaults originated?
No, I cannot.
And why is that?
So the majority of the staining that's present indicates that there was a blood source moving about. The presence of the transfer stains in the shape of the foot also support that there was somebody that was moving about after the blood had started to be deposited. Blood was deposited, it was able to get on someone's feet, and then they were able to move about. And then the rest of the staining is indicative of blood, potentially flowing from a wound and dropping down. There was the one projected pattern, but that didn't necessarily have to come immediately with the breach to the neck. It could have been that there was wounds received, and then as blood started to fill in those areas, there was enough pressure built up that we were able to see that pattern. So the majority of the staining simply indicates that a blood source is moving. Based on that type of staining, I can't say where an incident may have started.
And based on the circumstances and based on your experience, what would be the most likely source of blood in this situation?
Most of the blood most likely came from the wounds that were received to the neck. If those wounds were not, if the blood flow was not stopped, then it was going to continue to accumulate. The more it accumulated, the more chance that it had to now start to fall to the ground.
And in your experience, based on the nature of the wounds, would you expect to see the amount of blood that we observe in the photos to have accumulated immediately or over some period of time?
This amount of staining would have accumulated over some amount of time. When a sharp force wound is received, blood can start to flow right away, but it's not going to all flow out at one time. It's going to start to flow. It can accumulate in your clothes, in your hair. Eventually, as it continues to flow, it's going to get to a point where then it's going to start to spill out and start to fall to the ground. So I would have assumed that this happened over a period of time, this amount of blood that was dropped.
If hypothetically the victim had been stabbed somewhere in the home and then stumbled around before finally collapsing outside, would you expect to see anything different in terms of the patterns, or would the patterns that you observed be consistent with that scenario?
The patterns would be consistent with that type of scenario, with someone who received wounds, moved around, and then eventually made it out, created the drip trail that ended with their position.
If hypothetically the assailant had stuck around the scene while the victim was stumbling around and bleeding, would you expect to see anything different in the blood patterns that you observed?
If there had been a second person that was present while all this bloodletting was occurring, I would have assumed that at some point they potentially would have gotten blood on themselves due to the amount of blood that was present. They also may have at some point stepped in something. You saw the barefoot impressions. You may have seen somebody with a shoe on step into this and then leave behind impressions themselves. Also, if there is a lot of blood, maybe it got on hands, and it would have been, you potentially could have seen other hand impressions from somebody who was moving about.
But do you see any evidence of that here?
So the only pattern that I saw that possibly had a tread pattern was on that pillow. There was no other indications of somebody with shoes walking around this scene.
Okay, and that tread pattern was located next to what specifically?
It was on a pillow located next to a couch in the living room.
And were there any other objects right near that pillow?
There were a number of objects in that same area, and these pillows were present on top of staining, so it's clear that, as were the blankets, so it's clear that there was blood deposited in this area and then items were moved around this area. But there was a tread pattern from a possible flip-flop, and then also that other potential tread pattern that was present on that yellow pillow.
Now, based on your experience and based on the nature of the wounds in this case, would you expect the assailant in this case to have a significant amount of blood transferred from the victim?
That would depend on the amount of time that the individual spent. So if wounds were inflicted quickly, and then wounds were inflicted quickly, these wounds blood started to flow and started to accumulate, and they left fast, I would not expect that much blood to be present on anybody. However, if the wounds were inflicted over a period of time and blood was allowed to continue to flow and start to drop, then there's a greater chance that you're going to have blood staining present on a possible suspect. So it really depends on how quickly these wounds could have been inflicted on someone.
And again, based on your overall analysis, can you definitively say that a second person was there while these blood stains were being accumulated?
So I cannot definitively say if someone at some point was present in the residence or if they were even there when the majority of this staining was occurred. I can just say that the blood does indicate that the individual that was moving about when the majority of the blood was let was somebody with bare feet that was moving back and forth.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If we could go to page 3 of Exhibit 19, please. Thank you. Now, you indicated that these appear to be transfer stains on her pants, correct?
There's areas on the rear of the pants that have areas that appear to be transfer stains.
Okay. What about the knee area? Would you say that that is consistent with transfer stains?
That would be saturation stains.
Saturation? Okay. And could that saturation be accumulated by, say, an individual laying in a pool of blood?
Yes, it could be.
Okay. If we can go to slide number 7. And you indicated that there was, from your observation, a large, I guess, amount of blood in the hair area and around her neck?
Yeah, on the back of her hand, in the hair, and on the face.
Okay.
From that image.
Now, from this particular, I guess, area, in your opinion, if somebody attempted to, say, take a pulse of this individual, would it be possible that there could be some transfer blood from the individual to the person based upon her condition?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. If we can go to slide 16, please. Now, if we focus on photograph Q2, you indicated that there, in your opinion, was a transfer stain on the exterior doorknob?
Correct.
Okay. Could that possibly happen with somebody with blood on their hands attempting to close the door on their way out?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. And if we look at Q4 and Q5, that's the interior doorknob of the residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that there was transfer stains in Q4 and Q5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in your opinion, could that have happened by, say, an individual, maybe the victim, attempting to open the door on her way out with blood on her hands?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. Could that also happen if, say, the assailant, the individual who did this particular crime, attempted to open the door and they had transfers, had blood on their hands, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. Now, if we can scroll to slide number 20, please. You indicated that V is an orchard pool with splatter stains, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to be clear, a pool would happen when there's a large accumulation of blood, say, for instance, if the victim was laying in the same position for a while?
Yes, that is a possible way for how it got there.
Okay. Now, based upon this amount of blood, is it possible that the victim could have been laying there for an extended amount of time?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay. And just based upon your opinion, you would opine that the victim had to be laying in this position for some time. It just, that amount of blood wouldn't just accumulate from drip stains, correct?
Correct. Yeah, there would have been an individual that was bleeding in this area for an amount of time for that to have happened, yes.
Okay. And when you say orchard, that appears to you that maybe there was some movement through this particular pool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could that happen, say, for instance, if the victim was laying down there for an extended amount of time and moving, like trying to get up? Could that alter the pool?
Yes, that could.
Okay. And if we can go to slide 22. And you also indicated that these are transfer stains, correct?
Swipes and a transfer stain, yes.
Okay. Could that have happened, say, for instance, if the victim was laying in the orchard pool and attempting to try to get up using the wall?
Yes, that is possible. That would potentially create movement to those transfer stains.
Okay. And I believe you indicated that, if we go to slide number, hold on, I'm sorry. 26. That would also, these are transfer stains also, from your opinion?
On that partial wall, yes, there was 2 areas of transfer staining.
Okay. And you also indicated that you observed would appear to be a handprint in the hallway?
Yes, pattern X, which was down on the floor near the bathroom door, there appeared to be a transfer stain in the shape of possible fingers.
Okay, if we can scroll to slide number 23. And is that depicted on this particular screen?
Yes, down in the bottom right corner, I did put in a photo that shows the position of X and Y in relation to this door. X is present near that wall.
Okay. In your opinion, could this particular transfer stain have happened if the victim was laying in the orchard pool for an extended amount of time and then tried to get up and they put their hand on the ground?
That is a possibility, yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated, based upon your opinion, that there was a movement for an extended amount of time due to, I guess, the amount of blood inside of the apartment, correct?
The amount of blood and the presence of footwear impressions the bare feet impressions going in multiple directions.
Okay. In your opinion, is it possible that the stabbing happened and, say, for instance, the victim passed out or fell out inside of the hallway for an extended amount of time, got up after an extended amount of time, used the wall to support herself and then got out and eventually stumbled outside.
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. And based upon the pooling, would you state that, or I guess opine that the victim had to be in the apartment longer than maybe 1 or 2 minutes to accumulate that pool of blood in the hallway, along with the other blood that's accumulated in the hallway? I mean, in the residence.
Yes, I do think this took longer than a couple minutes to accumulate this much blood present.
Okay, thank you. And you also indicated, if we can scroll to 36. The blood drops that were on the stairwell, in your opinion, those were splash stains or
Those
drop
are
stains? I'm sorry.
Those are spatter stains, and they appear to be most likely a byproduct of the movement that occurred on that main floor, or some of the spatter stains that occurred because of some of the other patterns that would be deposited on that main floor.
Okay. Were you shown any photographs to analyze from the basement floor itself?
Yes, I was.
Okay. The entire basement floor?
I was shown general photographs of the basement that did include photos that showed the floor,
Okay.
I believe.
You believe, or if you're not sure, then?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how well I could see the floor, but there were photographs of the basement.
Okay. And when I mean basement, the basement floor, not just the basement itself.
Correct. So there
Okay.
were photos of the basement, but I'm not entirely sure how well I could see the basement floor.
Okay, fair enough. And if we can go to slide 43. It was your opinion that the pillows were moved around after the blood started to deposit, correct?
So the two pillows on the floor, there was staining beneath them, so at some point they were moved around, and there was staining on the opposite side of them as well as the side that you can see. So at some point they were moved around while this event was occurring.
Okay, in your opinion, would that be consistent with possibly a struggle inside of the residence where blood started to deposit and then the pillows were moved around because of some tussle? Would that be consistent?
It could be possible that that is why they were moved, is because there was some type of altercation.
Okay. Now, you indicated that the projected blood that is depicted on slide number 23, if I'm not mistaken. You indicated that this, in your opinion, was done from the neck wound, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that this would be the result of the neck wounds.
Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, I was a little bit confused. You stated that it could have been an amount of time before the blood actually started to project out. You stated that it had to at least fill the areas before it projected out.
Yeah, so when you have, if you have a breach of like a vein or maybe just a nick to an artery where it's less pressure, I'm not sure that I would expect blood to immediately project a great distance, but as a wound filled with blood and you have that pressure now from, even though it's a low pressure from the vein, I think at that point it could have created the pressure to project that blood out.
Okay, so just to be clear, it would be the severed artery that's actually projecting the wound out, correct?
It could be a vein or an artery,
vein or artery.
anything within the circulatory system.
Okay. And in your opinion, you think that it would be an amount of time before that vein or artery started to project out?
I think if there was an artery that was breached, the next time the heart pumped, because that's under high pressure, you would see an immediate reaction. The veins, because they're under lower pressure, and that lower amount of pressure is going to cause that blood to not fly as far. You may not see it until blood is accumulated or until somebody is near enough to an object where they're close enough for that blood to hit and actually deposit as a projected.
Okay, and before making this analysis, did you have an opportunity to read the autopsy report?
I read the autopsy report after I had done my initial assessment of these patterns, so I did read the autopsy report.
Okay, and after reading the autopsy report, did it shed some type of guidance for you to know whether or not there was a sever of any type of arteries or veins?
It did not indicate in there that there was a particular sever of any particular artery or vein. I did not do the analysis, so I'm just relying on what it said. But this is consistent with what we would see with a projected pattern, which happens because of breaches in the circulatory system.
Okay, fair enough. And in your opinion, how far would you opine that there was this projection of blood from the body?
So it did have to hit with enough pressure, I guess, for it to create that projected pattern look. I can't say an exact distance, but somebody could have been directly next to it, or maybe I guess I can't exactly say how far away they could have been, but I think they would have been close to this area to create that pattern.
Okay. And based upon this pattern, it's very possible that whoever stabbed the victim, that this projection could have projected upon them and they would have received blood on their person, correct?
So I think if somebody was close, very close to the individual during this, it is possible that they could have received some type of staining on them.
Okay. And you were able to look at the autopsy photos, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
was.
And you were able to see that this particular victim was stabbed in the front of the neck, correct?
Yes.
And also multiple times in the side of the neck, correct?
Yes.
And also in the back of the neck?
Yes.
And also in the back of the head twice?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that to be stabbed in multiple positions of somebody's body would take some amount of time and change of position in order to effectuate those stab wounds?
Yes, I do think that in order for someone to be able to turn or for somebody to go around somebody, that is going to take a small amount of time, but I don't know exactly how much time.
Okay. And you said a small amount of time. It could take more than a small amount of time, correct?
It could, yes.
Okay. Now, is it possible that the saturation of the victim's pants, could that have happened with the victim laying in the orchard pool of blood?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you were only presented with one tread impression photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If there were other tread impressions in the house that weren't photographed or presented to you, then you wouldn't be able to make an analysis on it. Would that be fair?
That's correct, yes.
So hypothetically, if the police did not take multiple tread impressions because they felt that it was a lot of people coming and going inside of this resident and they didn't take the foot impression or the thread impression, you wouldn't be in a position to analyze it, correct?
Correct. If I didn't receive any of that documentation, I'm unable to analyze it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Um, you reviewed how many sets of photos in this case?
I refer to my report. It has them listed.
Yes, you have a copy of the
Yes.
report handy, and with that, refresh your recollection. if
Yes.
you had it.
I received 5 sets of photos total.
And in looking through each and every one of those sets of photos, did you see any potential footwear impressions on the ground in blood? Footwear impressions.
I did not see any potential footwear impressions in blood on the bare floor. No.
Okay. There was some questions involving the phrase extended period of time. When we're talking about an extended period of time for purposes of some of the opinions that you gave, are we talking seconds? Are we talking minutes? Are we talking hours?
With regards to how long would it taken for blood to flow and
Correct.
patterns to be created?
In terms of how long it would have taken for all of the blood that we see here at the scene to have accumulated, are you able to give us sort of a guidepost for what you mean when we're talking about an extended period of time?
So it's definitely longer than seconds. I'm not sure how quickly, given those number of wounds, it would have taken for someone to completely bleed out. But based on that amount of blood staining, I would say it was probably in the ballpark of multiple minutes, maybe. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure exactly how long it would have taken given those wounds. But it was more than seconds. It would have been somebody moving around for multiple minutes.
And in terms of your review of the photos, did you identify anything relevant in the basement for purposes of your analysis?
Based on the photos I was provided, no. I only noticed that staining in the stairwell.
Okay, and were you directed by investigators toward anything else to look at in the basement?
I was not. I was only supplied the photographs, which I reviewed all of them.
Okay, and there was some question about the timing that it might take to inflict the type of stab wounds observed in the victim. And you would agree that it might take some period of time for those wounds to be inflicted, is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that those wounds could be inflicted in a matter of seconds?
I'm uncertain how long it could take to do that number of wounds.
Okay, and is that something sort of outside of the scope of your particular, I guess, expertise for purposes of blood pattern analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, nothing further.
Any recalls?
Yeah, just briefly. In terms of extended amount of time in regards to this pooling, would it be a fair statement that, in your opinion, that this pooling had to be multiple minutes, if not many minutes, as far as the pooling?
Yeah, it did have to be multiple minutes. I can't say if it would have been necessarily longer than 10. I'm not entirely certain how long, given the number of wounds that were present, how long blood would flow out of all of those. But it was definitely multiple minutes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any further?
Nothing, thanks.
Questions from the jury? I don't see any hands. Oh, yeah, okay. Council approach? If you know, was the footwear tread, or possible footwear tread, on the yellow pillow analyzed to see if it matched the flip-flop?
So there is a footwear impression report that was done by the trace unit, and they did do some comparisons to the impressions on that pillow.
But you didn't do that yourself?
Correct.
Okay, so that might be someone else that can testify about that. Any other questions? Mr.
No,
Brown?
Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Any other questions from the jury? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down, come back around behind the bench. Next witness.
People call Quentin Goss.
And where are they from? Are they civilians?
Civilian witness.
Please raise your right hand.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Sir, please hold the microphone close to you, and if you could take your mask off while you testify, please.
Okay.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Quentin Goss.
Pull the mic a little bit closer to you.
Quentin Goss.
Can you spell your name, please?
Quentingoss.
Thank you, Mr. Goss.
Good morning, sir. Back on October 20th of 2023, what type of work were you doing?
I was doing mobile security work.
All right, and the security work that you were doing, were you working for like a company?
Yes.
And what was the name of that company?
Eagle Security.
All right, and as part of your job responsibilities, would you patrol around the area of Joliet Place by Lafayette in near downtown Detroit?
Yes.
All right, and so when you say mobile security, can you just kind of describe what exactly type of work you did on and around October 20th of 2023?
Well, basically, I just patrolled, the area. That's basically it. Just doing patrol around the area.
So to do these patrols, were you in a vehicle or would you walk around on foot?
Vehicle.
And what type of vehicle was it, if you can remember?
It was a Equinox.
Like a sport utility vehicle?
Yes.
And would this vehicle, would it have any lights or any sort of identification on the outside of the vehicle?
Yes.
What did it have?
I had like siren lights.
It had lights?
Patrol lights, yes.
Okay. Now, when you would work out on patrol, particularly on October 20th, was there anyone else in the car with you or working with you to do your patrols?
No.
All right. And what shift did you work starting on October 20th forward?
I worked the night shift.
Okay. And do you remember what time that shift started at?
7 o'clock. 7 p.m. Like it's considered night.
All right. So 7 p.m. and then how long was your shift?
From 7 to 7 a.m. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
All right. So on October 20th of 2023, you worked from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Yes.
All right. And can you just describe what, if you're in a vehicle, what sort of areas are you driving around in your vehicle over the course of that 12 hours?
It's basically driving like the same areas. It's like I maybe got like 3 areas that I drive around the townhome complexes, and then I'll take a break, and then I restart the process all over again.
And what is the purpose when you're out on patrol? What kind of things are you looking for, or you're keeping an eye on? What are you trying to do?
Basically, I'm just making sure like no, no suspects breaking in cars or vandalizing, the building.
Now, during that time, were you carrying a gun or anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. And if you had noticed something out of the ordinary, what would you do typically if you had a situation that was causing a problem?
Well, I'll contact my supervisor, or I'll call, the police.
All right. And so on October 20th, starting at 7 p.m., moving forward throughout your shift, do you remember anything out of the ordinary or that got your attention as you were patrolling the area?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you hear any loud noises like screaming or yelling or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you see any suspicious persons that got your attention over the course of that 12 hours?
No, sir.
All right. And at any point over the course of that night, did you ever get out of your car to do any foot patrols?
No, sir.
Okay. And so, particularly in the area of these townhomes on Joliet Place, where would you ever drive in any of the parking lots that are associated with those townhomes?
No, like, if somebody wanted to get, escorted to their place, then I would get out and escort them. But other than that, I usually just sit in the car.
All right. And so on this night, did you have to get out of your car to escort anyone?
No.
Did there ever come a point during that whole 12-hour shift that you worked that you noticed any deceased bodies or people who were injured?
No.
Okay. Did there ever come a point where you found out that somebody had been injured or killed over the course of that 12 hours that you worked?
No, I found out the next night when I came in.
All right. So you worked for the full 12 hours. You went home, and then you came back later on that day?
Yes, I had got a text from my supervisor asking me, did I hear or see anything? That was it.
Okay.
That was like 10 o'clock that morning. And then when I came in, at 7 that evening, the lady that stayed in the complex had told me that somebody...
Okay, let's hold on one sec. Before we get into what other people told you, are you trying to say that basically other people told you about it, and that's how you found out?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have any interaction with the lady who died or anything like that night, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were the only person working in your vehicle that night.
Yes.
Are there any other vehicles for the corporation doing security in that area that were also on patrol that night?
Well, I know it's around the corner from the location. They have they do patrol. I forgot the name of the street, but they do patrol around there too.
But that night, do you remember, running into any other patrolling security people with a car with lights on the outside?
No, sir.
Okay. I don't have anything else to.
Good morning, Mr. Goss.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Goss, you stated that your shift on October 20th was from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So, at 7 a.m., you hadn't seen any police officers arrive at the scene of Joliet Place?
Well, I was like 3 blocks down, and I seen like an EMS and fire truck, but I didn't think nothing of it because I was getting off, work. But I was like 3 blocks down. Like,
Was that your general patrol area is to go 3 blocks down?
no, I was getting off of work, on my way off of work when I seen like a fire truck.
Well, let me ask you this. So at 6:50 a.m., You had no contact with any police in the area of Joliet?
No.
Okay. Now, as far as your shift that occurred on October 20th, 2024, you said at no point in time did you ever have to get out of the car to escort anyone, correct?
Correct.
Now, that was October when this happened, obviously. Were your windows up in the car the entire night?
Yes.
Okay. So it wouldn't have been possible for you to necessarily hear any screams if that would have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And by any chance, did you have your music on when you were patrolling?
No.
Okay. Did you take any phone calls?
I had like the heat on, but that was...
So there was some sound in the car too?
Yes.
But nonetheless, you agree that you wouldn't have heard anything outside at any point?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also agree that you didn't see anyone in that area that night. There was nothing suspicious to your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you recall making a statement to a police officer, Latasia Whaley?
Yes.
Okay. And in that statement, you were asked whether or not you were aware of any break-ins, like any vehicle break-ins in that area. Is that correct? Or do you recall
Correct.
that? Okay. And you answered that you hadn't heard of any. You weren't aware of any, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how long had you been working this job prior to October 20th, 2024?
Probably about 6 months.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
You're right. Questions from the jury? I don't see any hands. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You can swing the microphone out and get up. Next witness.
People call Benjamin Safran.
William?
Yes.
Raise your hand.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Thank you. You may be seated.
Just settle in the chair, please. Pull the microphone up directly in front of your mouth. Good morning, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Benjamin Sofrin, Benjamin Sofferin.
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Back on October 20th of 2023, did you go to the area of 15000 Metro Parkway in Sterling Heights, Michigan?
That's the Freedom Hill Amphitheater?
Yes.
Correct. I was there for my best friend's wedding.
All right, so you went to a wedding that night?
Correct.
And let me ask you this. While you were at the wedding, did you come into contact with anyone that you later danced with and exchanged numbers with?
Yes, I met Sam at the wedding. I went to a table with a few of my elementary friends, and they introduced me to her, and then we danced a few times throughout the night.
All right, and before that night, you referred to somebody as Sam. Had you ever met this person before?
I had not, never even heard of her.
May I approach you?
May.
Showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 25. Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do,
And you recognize that as being a photograph from the wedding you attended?
absolutely.
All right. People would move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 25.
No objection.
People's 25 will be admitted.
All right, sir. Now, if you can kind of look behind you. Now, the person that you've identified as Sam, do you see her in this photograph?
Yes, sir. Front and center.
All right. And can you just describe what kind of clothing that person's wearing that you've identified?
Blue dress.
Okay. And so that's the person that you met for the first time that night?
Correct.
Okay. Now, can you just describe how you were able to interact with her or talk with her? How did that come about?
My friends just introduced me. I thought she was cute, so I went over and we danced a few times. I was pretty drunk, considering it was my best friend's wedding. I was in the groom's party, drinking from early on. Don't remember much of the conversation. All I do remember about the conversation is how she had met the bride and groom, and they had worked together, and that's all I really remember about conversation.
Now, in terms of like how she appeared emotionally to you, did she appear to be scared or nervous, anything like that?
As happy as can be, celebrating her friend's wedding.
Now, over the course of this night, did you exchange contact information with her?
Yeah, towards the end of the night, pretty much right before I left, the groom actually told me, he noticed that we were interacting. He said, she's a great person. You should look to meet up with her later. So we exchanged numbers at the end of the night. She gave me her number. I ended up calling her phone right on the spot to give her my number, and that was the last I had seen her.
Now, the two of you, at least while you were in the wedding together, did you guys ever, have any sort of intimate relations or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And did you say that she left separately from you?
Yes, but I did not see her leave.
Okay. So how did you come to leave that venue?
We left the venue a little after 12, and my friend drove myself and another one of our friends home.
Okay. And without telling me like the address, what city did you go to following you leaving the wedding?
I was dropped off at Oak Park.
All right. Now, did you ever leave Oak Park once you got there until sometime the next morning?
I did not. I went straight to sleep.
Okay. Did it come about some way that you became aware that this person named Sam that you had been talking to died later that night?
The groom called me the following day and informed me.
Okay. And after you found out about it, did you ever have any contact with any police officers after that?
Yes, the 22nd, so the day after the groom told me.
Okay. And did you go to the police, or did the police call you? How did that come about?
The police came to my door.
Okay. And so did you end up going and making a statement to the police later that day?
Yes.
And when you made a statement with them, did they ask if they could take a swab of your mouth?
Yes.
And did they ask if they could look in your phone?
I don't think they looked in my phone, no.
Okay. In any event, the things that they asked you to do, did you cooperate with the police?
Yes.
Okay. And what time do you think you got back to Oak Park?
I would say about 12:45.
Okay. Now, I remember you testified that you tried to exchange numbers. Do you actually know if you got her actual correct number?
So I accidentally put the number in wrong. I had one extra digit on the number, so when I called her, the call didn't go through. I just assumed I don't have service. I ended up texting her again on the ride home. It's about 12:30 that I sent the text. It also didn't go through. Didn't think anything of it.
Okay, so do you know to this day whether or not you actually had her correct phone number?
I don't.
Okay.
Well, it was one digit too long. I don't know if it was one digit off or if it was just wrong altogether.
I don't have any other questions, Chip.
Good morning, Mr. Sofrin.
Morning.
So, Mr. Sofrin, you started your testimony today by indicating that you were very drunk throughout the entirety of this wedding, fair to say?
Correct.
You'd been drinking early in the morning till late in the evening, right?
Not in the morning, no. When
Oh,
I
not.
arrived at the wedding
Oh,
to get
Okay.
ready with the groom's party.
okay. But nonetheless, you were intoxicated.
Correct.
Okay. Well, you also stated that Sam seemed in a celebratory mood or whatever, correct?
Correct.
Well, fair to say that you wouldn't really be able to pick up on the subtle cues because you're pretty drunk.
By the end of the night, correct. I was very drunk. At the beginning of the night, no, I would definitely be able to pick up on cues.
Okay. Well, you were shown that photograph. If you turn around and take a look at that again, that was Exhibit 25. And you said that you're in that photograph and Sam is in that photograph, correct?
Correct.
Do you know who took that photograph?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did you at any point in time throughout the evening exchange social media handles with Sam?
No.
Do you know whether or not she had social media?
I have no idea.
Do you have social media?
I do.
Do you know whether or not anyone else at the wedding had social media?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone uploaded photographs such as this that would depict you and her to social media that night?
Nope.
No, you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. But it could have happened.
It could have happened.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not Sam was drinking that night?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you and Sam happen to do any drugs together that night?
We did not.
Okay. Do you know whether or not there was more than just this one photo taken of you two?
I do not know.
Okay. You said that the two of you were dancing together numerous times, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not anyone took photos of the two of you dancing together?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you two dancing to slow songs together?
No slow songs. It was all upbeat, happy, just energetic.
Energetic, okay. Was there any sort of, when the two of you were dancing, did you guys have close contact dancing at any point in time, even if it was energetic and fast?
No. I mean, we touched hands.
Okay.
Like,
You indicated that you never saw Sam leave that night, right?
correct.
So you wouldn't have known whether or not she was in a hurry or she was anxiously leaving, correct? Now, you don't know whether or not Sam received any sort of phone calls or texts prior to her leaving that wedding, do you?
I do not know.
Okay. You wouldn't know whether or not she was expecting someone at home, would you?
I wouldn't.
Nothing further, thank you.
Nothing from me.
Questions from the jury? I don't see any hands. Thank you, sir. You can step down. Back around behind the bench. Your next witness?
The people called Jesse Conwell, civilian.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Have a seat.
Hold the mic directly in front of you. Please state your name and spell.
Jesse Conwell, Jessc Conwell.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell the jury where you currently work?
I currently employed for ADT Security Services at Madison Heights, Michigan.
And how long have you been working for ADT Security Services?
A little bit over 25 years.
And what's your current role with ADT?
I am the Trade Operations Manager.
And what are the sort of basic responsibilities that you have as the operations manager in the Detroit area?
Overseeing all of the installation and services through all our technicians daily, scheduling, customer interaction.
And what sort of roles have you had with ADT prior to becoming the Detroit area operations manager?
I was a installation and service technician for 20 years prior to management.
Okay. And as an installation and service technician, did you become familiar with the sort of systems that ADT has to offer for purposes of home security?
I did.
And what sort of, if you can just elaborate on what sort of experience do you have with the actual hardware, with the actual systems that ADT uses?
I've been well trained and versed in multiple systems throughout the last 25 years. Installed them, troubleshoot them, moved items, etc.
Okay. And I want to show you what has been marked as admitted as People's Exhibit 10, in particular page 97. And I want to zoom in on a particular area of this exhibit. If you can take a look behind you, sir. Oops, sorry. That's not the right area, just my screen got changed, sorry. Do you see the object toward the, right here where my cursor is?
I do.
And are you familiar with what that object is?
Yes, I am.
And what is that type of object?
That would be considered a motion detector.
Okay.
Hold on just a moment. Was someone's phone going off? I thought I heard a phone going off. I'm sorry.
And do you have some familiarity with that specific type of device?
I do. I've installed them and serviced them.
And what is I guess the purpose of that sort of device?
The purpose of that device is to catch any type of motion detection within the parameters that it's set up for.
Okay, and how does that type of device become a part of, or how does that play a part of an ADT home security system?
Basically, it's looking for motion through movement of infrared heat throughout the house, or
Okay.
throughout the zone it's covering.
And I want to backtrack for a second. At some point, did ADT designate you to assist law enforcement with this particular case?
Yes.
And when did that happen, approximately?
3 months ago.
And what's sort of the process like to get designated to assist law enforcement when a need arises?
They would have to contact our corporate legal department and process the following steps through them in order for us to be able to, assist them in any way.
Okay, and based on your experience, is that a process that unfolds right away as soon as a request is made?
No, it takes some time.
Okay, and based on your experience, do you understand why that might take some time?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they don't want to give up
Objection.
trade.
I think this calls for speculation. I think this goes beyond the scope of, his duties.
Okay. At some point, once you became involved in this case, did you have the opportunity to go to the location of 1366 Joliet Place in Lafayette Park?
I did.
And if I showed you some photos from that location, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 36. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, could you take a look at those photos, and when you're done looking at them, let me know whether those fairly and accurately depict what you viewed at 1366 Joliet Place?
Yeah, I recognize all these.
Okay. Do those fairly and accurately depict what you personally observed when you were at that location?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 36.
No objection.
People's 36 will be admitted, you may publish.
And just starting with the first page of exhibit 36, is this the location that you went to?
It is.
And was there an ADT system at that location when you were there?
There was.
And can you just describe for the jury the basic configuration of that system?
It had standard, our standard 7-inch touchscreen. It's a wireless system. It had one motion and a front door, a back door, and a basement door.
Okay. And if we go to page 2, what are we looking at here?
That would be a wireless door contact or a window contact.
Okay. And page 3, would that be the door that was on?
Yes.
And was that the front door?
That was the front door, yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury, in your sort of experience, just how is a sensor like this door sensor configured to work?
Well, it has a electronic magnetic reed in it, and one side of the contact is the actual circuit board with the programming and whatnot in it, and the other side would be just a magnet.
Okay. And do the two sensors have to be a certain distance away from one another for the door to be considered open or closed in terms of the system?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It has to be within a tolerance. Usually, I believe that sensor is about 1/2 to 3/4 inch maximum opening.
Okay, and so if the sensor was if the door is completely closed and the sensors are aligned, would that be considered closed for purposes of the system?
Yes, it would report as a closed sensor.
And then if you start to open the door, just let's say 1/4 inch, would that still be registered as closed?
Correct.
And then how far would the door have to be open for the door to be then registered as open?
A minimum of half inch to 3/4 of an inch maximum.
Okay, and so this position that you see on page 5, the way the sensors are aligned, would that register as open or closed?
That would register as open.
Okay. And if we go to page 8, do you see another sensor depicted on this page?
Yes, I see a door sensor and a motion in that picture.
Okay, and if we go to page, let's start with 10, would that be the motion sensor on the back door?
No, that would be a door sensor.
I'm sorry, a door sensor on the back door, I misspoke. And is that the same type of sensor that was on the front door?
It is.
Okay. And if we look at page 9, what type of sensor is that?
That would be a motion detector.
Okay. And what is your sort of understanding of the sort of tolerance level for the types of motion that can be significant enough for that sensor to pick up? Does it pick up all motion?
Negative.
Does it pick up motion from, let's say, like a pet?
If the pet is underneath the 3-foot mark and under the valid weight of about 70 pounds, it will ignore it.
Okay. If I'm going to go back to Exhibit 10, page 97. If hypothetically someone had been sleeping on that couch or laying down on the couch, maybe making some movements, like would you expect that sort of motion to trigger the motion sensor?
No. They would have to physically get up off the couch and move.
Okay. And when you were at the location, did you have an opportunity to utilize the actual panel that was part of the ADT system?
Yeah, we actually tested it while we were there.
Okay, and is that depicted on page 12 of Exhibit 36?
Yes, that's the standard 7-inch touchpad.
And in terms of your review of the equipment at the location, did you see anything indicating that the system wasn't working properly?
No, there was no trouble on the system at all. After we tested it a few times, it seemed to work perfectly fine.
Okay. And if you had an opportunity to look at some ADT records generated from this particular system at 1366 Joliet Place.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, does ADT keep records of events from a security system?
They do.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to look at records from this particular system, including the date of October 21st of 2023, is that correct?
I have.
And is it fair to say you didn't actually pull those records yourself, but you've had an opportunity to review them?
Correct.
And who is responsible for pulling those records, if you know?
Someone when upper corporate, maybe legal, I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibits 37 and 38. They're certified copies of records from ADT, and I would move for those to be admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902, subsection 11.
No objection.
I'm sorry, which numbers are those?
37 and 38, Your Honor.
Okay, so people's 37, 38 will be admitted, you may publish.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm just handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 37, and I'm going to put it on the screen behind you. And I have some questions about some of the data on the first page of the spreadsheet with respect to the date of October 21st of 2023. And I want to direct your attention, if you look at the data starting at the timestamp of 0 and 31 seconds on October 21st of 2023. Is there a specific event that was registered at that time?
Yeah, it looks like the front door was open.
Okay, and now, do you see any sort of record in the data here that the system at this location was armed at that time?
No, it was not armed.
And in your experience, even when an ADT alarm system isn't armed, does this sort of data still get collected?
Yes.
Okay. And so that 031, would that translate to 12:31 a.m.?
It would.
Okay. And what's the next event that was registered based on the data?
Looks like a living room motion detector.
Okay, and what is that time of that specific event?
032.
And can you read for the jury just what the description of that event is at 12:32?
The motion detector, obviously seeing the motion detection within the parameters that it's looking for.
Okay, and so Based on your understanding of the motion detector, what happens once the sensor detects motion?
Once a wireless motion detector of that type senses motion, it talks to the control panel, which we saw earlier. It confirms that it had a communication with it, and then it goes to sleep as a battery saving option.
Okay. And so, in your understanding, once the sensor goes to sleep, what, if anything, happens at that point?
It'll stop reporting for 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And does it, when you say it stops reporting for 2 to 3 minutes, does it, what could prompt a sensor to wake up once it's asleep, if anything?
Nothing. It'll just, once it times out, the time is up for it to sleep, it'll power back on and then start looking for motion again.
Okay. In terms of the next event after that, that area where it says living room motion detected, DET activated, what's the time of the next event?
0:35.
And what is what's the description of the event at that point?
Looks like the back door was open.
Okay, and what's the next event reflected right after that?
0:38.
And so that's 3 minutes later.
Yes.
And what is the event reflected at that point?
It was probably closed at that point.
Okay, and it looks like both events read open/closed. Is that
Correct.
And just to be clear, is he speculating? Because he's indicated it'll probably be closed. So I'm not sure if he's guessing or not, or if he's able to read it and give us a definitive answer.
That would be the normal way it would read. In here is open and then closed. If it was left open, it would let us know it was left open.
okay? And do you see any indication in the data that the back door was left open?
Not on this page. No.
Okay. And after that 12:38 a.m. mark, what is the time of the next event?
Looks like it notified that the front door was still open.
Okay. And what was the time of that event?
One 101.
Okay, and so from the time that the front door initially opened until the time that this message is generated saying that the front door is left open, how much time had elapsed?
30 minutes.
Okay, and is that, I guess, is there any significance to that time period in terms of how the system is configured?
I believe that's normal.
Okay. What's the very next row of data above the 1:01 a.m. mark indicating that the front door was left open?
Living room motion detector went to idle.
And what time did that happen?
124.
And what does this mean for the living room motion detector going to idle?
It doesn't see any motion anymore.
Okay, and so at the point in time that the sensor goes to idle, what, if anything, is the sensor doing at that point?
It's scanning for motion.
Okay, and so is that idle kind of almost counterintuitive because it sounds like it's awake at that point when it's idle?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what is the next row of data above the living room motion sensor idle at 1:24 p.m. or a.m.?
The modem ping.
And what does the modem ping mean?
It's a standard test. It's testing the communication with the monitoring station.
Okay. And what time was the modem ping?
154.
And what is the very next row of data after the 1:54 a.m. time frame?
Looks like there was some motion in the living room area.
And what time was that reflected?
4:20.
And what is the next row of data after that?
Living room motion went idle again at 4:22.
And the next row of data after that?
The system testing in again.
And the next row of data after that?
Living room motion detector was activated again.
And what time was that?
7:52.
Between the time period of 12:31 a.m. and 7:52 a.m. on October 21st of 2023, is there any data that suggests that the front door was ever closed during that time?
No, I do not see any here.
Thank you, nothing further.
Ross?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you indicated that you believe it's normal for the system to notify, I guess, the user after 30 minutes if a particular door is left open?
Yeah, that is a standard setup that they can set up on their own.
Okay, can that be configured to have different type of time intervals when it would notify you?
I don't believe that's programmable, no.
You said you don't believe, or you?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
You don't know?
I just know it's not a standard ADT thing. They have to do it on the user end.
Okay, so on the user end, it's possible that a person could configure the time interval to greater than 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes, correct?
Don't know that answer.
Okay. Were you able to access the settings on this particular device to figure out whether or not what the time intervals would be on this system?
No, that would be on the user end. That would be on their phone.
Okay. Is there a way in your particular job that you would be able to access whatever information or settings they had on their user device?
No, I do not have that access.
Okay. Now, it'd be fair to state that when the system is in idle mode, it's not detecting motion, correct?
Can you repeat that?
It'd be fair to say that when the system is depicting idle mode, that means there is no motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how long it takes for a lack of movement in order for the system to go into idle mode?
2 to 3 minutes.
2 to 3 minutes? Okay, so it'd have to be when the system doesn't detect motion for at least 2 to 3 minutes, it would then go into idle mode, correct?
Correct. Idle mode is where it's looking for more motion. It hasn't seen any motion.
Okay. If we can go to, I guess we can work down from 4:20 on October the 21st, 2023, and compare that to 4:22, you would agree that at 4:20 the system is indicating that it's depicting some type of motion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at 4:22 it's indicating that it is idle mode, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, and you also indicated that it's at least 2 minutes in order for the system to not detect motion in order for it to go to idle mode, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so based upon your reading of that 4:20, would you agree that the motion it detected was a very brief amount of time in order for it to go to idle mode within 2 minutes?
Correct, yes.
Okay. You also indicated that there is a 3-foot threshold as far as height-wise in order for the motion sensor to be able to detect motion?
Yeah, standard motion, that is a pet immunity item.
Okay.
On that. A pet immunity.
So if somebody was hypothetically crawling on the ground or on their knees, then they would possibly be under that 3-foot threshold and the motion would not be able to depict it, correct?
Depending on their weight.
Just depending on their weight?
Yes.
Okay. What weight would they have to have in order for somebody to be on their knees in order for the system to be able to detect them?
We've been trained at ADT that anything under 3 foot, under 70 pounds, the motion will ignore.
Okay. So if it's over 70 pounds, to what threshold does the motion detect to the ground? I mean, what's the lowest it would be able to detect if it's the person, if the object is over 70 pounds?
All the way to the floor.
Are you guessing? I mean,
we've seen, yes, it would go to the floor, correct.
okay. And have you personally field tested this theory?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Were you able to test it at this particular residence?
I did not crawl on the floor, no.
Okay. Were you able to test any thresholds as far as the boundaries of this particular motion detector in this residence?
Yes.
Okay. And did you submit that to a writing or report?
I did.
You did? Okay. And what were your findings as far as how far down that this particular motion detector would be able to detect motion?
We did not crawl on the floor. I did a standard walkthrough.
Okay. So you were never able to ascertain the limits or the thresholds of the height in order for the motion detector to detect motion?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that as long as there is a continuation of motion being detected inside of the apartment, the system would not go into idle mode, correct?
No, after it detects motion, it will wake up, or it'll go to sleep to save the battery so it's not transmitting. Once it stops, sees motion, then it goes into idle, which is actually looking for motion.
Okay, so if somebody's moving about in a particular room that has a motion detector on there, the motion is being detected by the system. Would it be fair that that particular system would not go into idle mode if there's a continuous motion for, say, 30 minutes or 40 minutes? That system would never go into idle mode during that continuation of motion. That'd be fair, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, when it wakes up, it's going to be continuing to look for motion.
Okay, and if it detects motion, it would not go into idle mode. Fair? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this particular 7-inch touchscreen, is that equipped with the camera?
No.
It's not?
It does have, no, that does not have a camera on it.
That does not have a camera on there? Okay, if we could go to exhibit 36, picture number 12. And if we're looking at that black dot at the top of that sensor, what is that?
That's a photo cell.
That's a photo cell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and...
Because it'll raise and lower the screen brightness as a daytime or nighttime.
Okay, fair. Now, are there different type of motion sensors as far as that ADT would provide, as far as their capabilities?
Yes, ADT provides numerous different motion detection.
And you stated that this was an infrared heat motion detector?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that standard for motion detectors, or do they have other motion detectors that may not detect infrared heat?
To my knowledge, all of our motion detectors are infrared. Some have microwave on them.
Okay. And how would you be able to determine whether or not this particular unit is equipped with, say, microwave or not?
When we were trained to install them, that's what they said, they were infrared.
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
When we were trained to install them, that was what they told us, they were infrared.
Okay. And does the infrared and the microwave sensors, do they look similar?
No.
They do not? Okay. And do you know when ADT started to provide infrared heat motion detectors?
Offhand, no, but it's been well over 50 years.
Okay. Now, as far as the door contact, you stated that you believe it is a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch, where if it's that much more of a gap between the door sensor and the, I guess, the magnetic strip, that it would register that the door is open?
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to field test that particular theory?
Yes.
At this, okay. So if we go to page slide number 5 on Exhibit 36, you indicated that in this particular picture, it was your opinion that this exceeded that threshold of a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in this particular illustration, the system would detect that the door was open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And from the outside, you would agree that it would appear that the door looks closed, correct? Or could?
It could, yes.
Okay. Were you able to ever field test in this particular situation or any situation where the door exceeded the threshold of 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch and have another individual stand outside to observe whether or not the door looked ajar or not?
No.
Okay. You stated that you tested the panel. What type of test did you do on the actual ADT panel?
Excuse me. We walked around, opened and closed the doors, chimed the doors, went back and looked at the history on the actual panel itself to see the motion catch, the motion go to idle.
Okay. In the course of your employment, are you used to looking at the exhibit you have in your hand as far as the records being printed out like that?
Yeah, I'm familiar with what it looks like. Yeah, it looks the same when the technician has it on their end during the installation.
Okay. In the course of your employment, are you used to looking at these particular records?
Yes.
You are? Okay. And how often would you say you review records of this sort?
This will be the first time since I've been in the field.
So it'd be the first time since you've been in the field that you actually reviewed the records that you're reviewing in court today?
Yeah, I would. For security purposes, we don't have access to the customer's personal information.
So I guess you're not in a position to actually, I guess, verify that these particular times are actually correct. That'd be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any type of calibration on the system to see what the actual time on the system that's depicted versus maybe real time? To see if there was an offset?
Yes, when we tested the system, we actually were watching the time, and then when we went back to the history while we were there,
Okay.
it was accurate.
Accurate to the very second, or was it?
It doesn't go by the second; it goes by the minute.
Okay, so it could have been, I guess, 30 seconds off, correct? And it'll still, at certain times, depict what you believe to be an accurate time, correct?
It could have been, yes.
Okay, so you never did any type of test where you sat there for an extended amount of time to see when the ADT time progressed to the next minute versus when your watch, hopefully is calibrated, progressed to the next minute to see if there was an offset between the time of the ADT and actual time, correct?
No, we didn't. We did not do that.
You didn't do that? Okay. When you tested the panel, was it set to the user settings? Had it been factory reset, or were you able to determine that?
It was still set to the user's code and everything of that nature.
Okay, as far as settings, as far as like audible chime or notification of door being left open, were you able to see if those settings had been changed?
No. That would all be programmed through a cloud. There's no way to manually program anything there on site.
Okay.
It would have to come through ADT's cloud service.
Is there a way to change any type of settings from the panel?
Just the door chime.
Just the door chime? Okay. Would you know if that had been changed prior to you coming?
No.
You wouldn't know? Okay. would that information be available through possibly the cloud?
Yeah, it would register if someone turned on or turned off a chime.
Okay.
Same as this right here.
And as far as the cloud, would there also be a way to ascertain whether or not any other settings were changed throughout this system?
Yeah, every time there's a change to the system, it logs it in the cloud.
Okay. And your company would be able to have access to that. If requested that specific information, your company would be able to provide that, correct?
Should be, yes.
Okay. And you weren't presented with any of that information to analyze, were you?
Just what we see right here.
Okay, so that'd be enough?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Just looking back at Exhibit 37, when it comes to the data at around the 420 and 422 mark, are you able to say with any certainty the exact moment that motion would have started to be present in the living room at around this time? Like with certainty?
Yes, absolutely. At 420, we would have had motion there.
Okay, but just to be clear, would that be? There would have to be sort of enough motion to trigger the system. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and are you able to say with any certainty the exact motion or the exact time that that motion ended, based on the data that we had?
No later than 422.
Okay, and is that really kind of all that we can say about the motion from this data?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And just to be clear, sir, you indicated that based upon your reading of this particular exhibit, that it is your opinion that motion started at 420, correct?
Correct.
And you also indicated that it takes at least 2 minutes in order for the system to go into idle mode, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's sleeping, so I wouldn't see any motion from 420 to 422.
Okay.
At 422, it probably woke up and then said no motion, went to idle mode.
Okay, so based upon your opinion, which you stated earlier, just to be clear, you would indicate that there was a brief amount of movement at 420 in order for the system to go into idle mode at 422, correct? That's your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Questions from the jury? Write them down. Counsel approach. Did the ADT system at 1366 Joliet appear to be properly installed and operate as expected or designed based on your knowledge of ADT systems?
It was.
Is the hallway included in the motion detector's field of view?
Based on what I saw, the stairway would probably block a portion of that hallway.
And does the motion sensor have a sort of sensitivity setting? Does the customer have options on how sensitive the sensor is or how sensitive they want the sensor to be?
That particular motion has no adjustable settings to my knowledge.
If the motion sensor is in sleep mode, does it mean it will miss motion while it is in that mode?
Yes.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. When, I guess when there was a question about sleep mode, is that different from idle mode?
Yeah, sleep mode is prior to idle mode.
Okay, and so once motion is activated, what mode goes into effect at that point?
That's where it would go to sleep mode.
Okay, and then once it wakes up and goes into idle mode after not detecting any further motion, what happens at that point?
It just remains idle until it sees further motion.
Okay, and so sleep mode is just between the time motion is activated and the next time that the system says idle, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Anything further?
Yes. And from your opinion, how long would it take in order for the system to go into sleep mode?
Once it confirms with the panel, so right at that 420 mark, when it confirmed with the panel, it's a two-way sensor, so it talks back and forth. And as soon as it does that, it'll go into its sleep mode.
Okay, and how long does it take?
2 minutes.
2 minutes before it goes to sleep mode?
No. It'll go to sleep mode right away, as far as I know.
As far as you know?
Correct.
Okay. Are you guessing? Because you said as far as you know.
I can say for certainty when I installed them that once they saw motion and went to sleep, they wouldn't see me move. So if I was to take 2 or 3 steps and it saw me and to take 3 or 4, it would never see me again until it woke back up.
So you're saying is that this system would detect motion, it'll go into sleep mode for at least a minute, or how long would it be in sleep mode?
A minimum of 2 minutes.
So you're saying that the system would detect motion, and then somebody could just be moving all about this apartment for 2 minutes without the system ever detecting that?
Correct. Once it's confirmed with the keypad that you saw on the display that it confirms back and forth that it talked to it, yes. That's called a battery saving option. With everything being battery operated nowadays, if it was to continually transmit over and over and over every time it saw motion every couple seconds, it would drain the battery too fast. So that's an option that they came up with over 15 years ago.
Okay, is that a particular setting that could be possibly changed from the user?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge, but so it's possible that you just don't know.
No, the user cannot change that because that's how it comes programmed from the company.
Okay, and you stated that to your knowledge, you don't know whether or not a user could change the sensitivity.
There's no sensitivity on the user end that I'm aware of.
Okay. But there, I guess, it could be a setting where a user could detect the level of sensitivity that the motion detector would be able to detect motion.
Not that I've ever seen.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any further questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down. Oh, are those records?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do we need to take a break, or are we ready for lunch, or what do we want to do? It's 11:45 right now. We haven't had our morning break, so. Do you have a short witness, or?
I don't have a particularly short one right now.
Maybe we should break for lunch right now then, and start fresh after lunch. We just have 2 matters during the lunch break here, so we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, so you have now 15 minutes. Calling case number 24-000535, People versus Michael Jackson-Bolanos. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
And Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
Good afternoon, Judge. Kerner Fisher-Moore for the hearing is co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos, who appears tonight in the right.
And I do know for the record, Mr. Jackson-Bolanos is present. All counsel are present, and our 16 jurors have returned to the courtroom. And we are ready to continue with our trial. Mr. Elsey, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Paul Spurgeon. He's a civilian, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, have a seat. Stand there. And when you're settled, please pull the mic directly in front of your mouth. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Paul Spurgeon, Paul Spurgeon.
S-P-U-R-G-E-O-N?
Geon, correct.
Thank you. And please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, did you know someone by the name of Samantha Woll?
Yes, Sam and I went to college together. We met at the University of Michigan just over 20 years ago.
And what was sort of the nature of your relationship with Miss Woll?
We were close friends, dear friends, until she died in October. We were very close.
And throughout the 20 or so years that you knew her, were you close with her that entire time?
Yeah, I mean, there were certain points where our friendship kind of ebbed and flowed, but certainly in the last 12 to 15 years, we've been, best friends.
And was there ever a period of time where the two of you were roommates together?
Yes, we lived together in Woodbridge at the corner of Forest and Avery.
And how long ago was that you lived together?
We lived together about 2010, 2011, and 2012-ish.
Okay. And at around the time of her death, leading up until that time, how often would you say you were in touch with Miss Woll?
I'd say 2 to 3 times a week.
Okay, and what was sort of the nature of your contact or communications with her? Was it in person? Was it over text or other forms of communication?
Yeah, text, in person, phone calls.
Okay, and when was the last time that you saw Miss Woll?
On the Saturday before, we hung out on the Saturday before. It was like a week before she was murdered.
Okay. And during your relationship and your friendship with her, were you sort of in tune with Miss Woll's romantic life?
Yes.
Okay, and how sort of in tune were you with what was going on in her romantic life?
Just like close friends, we talked about that just as anyone would normally talk with those types of things with their close friends about. I knew the guys she was talking to, I knew her thoughts on them, and those types of things, like you would with your friends.
And based on your friendship with Miss Woll, were you also in tune with what was going on in her professional life?
Yes.
And what did Miss Woll do professionally?
Well, she worked in politics and organizing. She was about to start a job at America Votes. I think she officially had started working at America Votes just before she was murdered.
Okay. And did she also have a role with the downtown synagogue?
Yes. So it wasn't a paid position, but she was the president of the synagogue at the time she was murdered. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 26. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Who's depicted in the photo that's been marked as Proposed Exhibit 26?
That's Sam.
And does that fairly and accurately depict what she looked like before her passing?
It does, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Proposed Exhibit 26.
No objection.
People's 26 is admitted, you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can take the original back.
When and how did you learn of Miss Woll's death?
The place where she lives, or where she lived, because of the police activity that night, sent out an email very, very early in the morning, and a friend of a friend saw it and shared it with me. It wasn't explicit, the message that I received from the place where she lived. It just said something tragic had occurred and then it gave her apartment number. So, but there was a phone number on this notice. So I called up the phone number and I said, "That's my friend's apartment. Which hospital is she at? Which hospital is she at?" And the woman said, "I'm so sorry. There's no hospital for you to go to."
And this would have been the same day that the sort of news broke about her passing?
Yeah, so that was early Saturday morning.
That day, did you go to the Detroit Police Public Safety Headquarters?
Yes.
And when you were there, did you talk with some police officers?
I did, yes.
And when you spoke with those police officers, did you talk about some people that were in Miss Woll's life?
I did.
And what was your purpose for talking about sort of those specific people with the police? From where I was sitting, I wanted the police to look at those people and rule them out. I didn't think any of the people the names I provided did any harm to Sam, but I wanted those people to just be dealt with. Okay, and was one of the names that you discussed with the police Jeffrey Herbstman?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. Herbstman personally? Yes. And who was Mr. Herbstman to Miss Woll?
Sam and Jeff met each other at the downtown synagogue. They dated for a long time, or for like a year.
Okay. And do you know approximately when Mr. Herbstman came into Miss Woll's life?
I mean, she probably would have met him like right when she moved down to Woodbridge and she started going to the downtown synagogue. He may have been around back then.
Objection is cause for speculation. If he doesn't know, then he's speculating.
So you can't guess, but if you know for sure when they started dating, or around the time they started dating.
Yeah, and if I can just, I guess, pinpoint my question specific to if you know around when they started dating, not necessarily when he came into her life in general.
They dated for about a year.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were they still dating at the time of Miss Woll's death?
They were not, no.
And do you remember how long it was before her death that they stopped dating?
Yes, about a month.
Okay. And can you describe just to the extent that you personally know about it, what was the breakup like? Was this a messy breakup?
The breakup, I wouldn't say it was messy. I thought Jeff was a great guy, and I thought Sam was great too. That they were both wonderful people. I just didn't feel that they were a good match. I just couldn't help but think that there were better people for Sam out there. I thought Jeff deserved somebody that would match him better, and I thought Sam deserved somebody who would match her better. There were some things about Sam's personality that I thought she could find somebody more complimentary to her personality out there.
What was Sam's personality like, if you could describe it?
Sam was talkative, outgoing. She liked to build community, bring more people in and together. Jeff was more reserved, very quiet. She had shared, they would go on walks, and he wouldn't talk during those walks. And again, there are some people who can build relationships like that, and I didn't think Sam was somebody. I think she would be in a relationship with somebody that would just be chatty all the time like that. So they broke up, and the relationship wasn't going to work for these personality issues. And then, she was murdered in late October 20th, 21st, and about a month before that, she sheepishly told me that she tried to get back with...
Objection to whatever she said, that's hearsay.
Okay, so you can't say what Sam said, or what Ms. Woll said. So, could you phrase the
Yeah,
question?
so based on your sort of relationship with Miss Woll, did you ever develop any understanding as to whether there were any attempts to reinitiate a relationship between Miss Woll and Mr. Herbstman?
Yes, I came to understand that Sam was still open to maybe trying other avenues to make the relationship work. She wanted to try again, and he was not open to trying again.
Okay. And so, to your knowledge, did they ever get back together before her death?
No, they did not.
Okay. And throughout your sort of interactions with Miss Woll, did you ever have any concerns about Jeff being violent toward her?
No. My concerns had nothing to do with Sam ever being in harm for her physical safety. I just thought that she could find a relationship that would more complement her personality better.
Okay, so did you ever have any concerns about Mr. Herbstman being threatening in any way towards Sam?
No. He would never physically put his hands on her like in a disrespectful way. He was never a safety risk to her or anyone involved in her life.
Okay, and did you eventually attend? Was there a funeral service held for Sam?
Yes.
And did you attend it?
I did.
And did you see Mr. Herbstman there?
Yes, he was there.
Was there anything abnormal about his behavior when you saw him?
I mean, other than the fact that we were in shock about our friend having been murdered, no.
Okay. And when was that funeral service held?
Sunday. It was the Sunday after. This happened in the early mornings of Saturday, and the funeral was Sunday.
Okay. Now, when you spoke with the police, did you also speak about someone by the name of Aaron Pergament?
I did, yeah.
And is Aaron Pergament somebody who you knew personally, like one-on-one?
No, Aaron was not somebody I knew.
Through your relationship with Sam, were you able to develop an understanding of who Aaron Pergament was to her?
Yeah, I came to understand that this was somebody that was interested in maybe dating her. They had spoken a little bit, like, had conversations in that regard, and yeah, that's
Okay.
how.
And how recent was this leading up to her death?
Again, it was like after her and Jeff broke up, so it was like right a month before this all kind of broke down.
Okay, and based on, I guess based on your interactions with Sam, did you have any sort of concerns about Aaron Pergament being violent or threatening or anything like that?
No. He had previous connections to her family, a previous relationship with her family. He would not have wanted to. No, he was never violent. He had children of his own. He had other obligations where a violent history.
Objection. I think he's speculating now on whether or not this guy would be violent.
And I guess if you could limit, sort of your testimony to things you understand, with firsthand sort of knowledge. Okay. Did Sam ever express, any concerns about Aaron Pergament toward you?
She said that he was very, very aggressive in his communication with text messages and reaching out and phone calls. And she described that, or I came to understand that she saw that as part of him being in sales as his job. So that sort of behavior spilled over into his social life too, where he would be more aggressive in like trying to see, hey, how you doing? What's going on? That kind of stuff.
Okay, but no concerns about anything violent or anything of that sort?
No.
Okay. When you spoke with the police, was one of the names that you discussed a Robert Becker?
Yes, but I didn't know him as that name. I knew him as Bob.
As Bob Becker?
Yes.
Okay. And was Bob Becker somebody that you sort of knew firsthand or knew personally?
Yes, Bob and I had hung out with Sam. Bob and I had hung out maybe once or twice, but that was back in like 2017 or 18.
And based on your sort of interactions with Bob Becker and your relationships with Sam, did you have an understanding of whether or not they had any sort of relationship together?
Yes, they did.
And what was your understanding of what their relationship was?
They had a collegial work relationship, but they were also friends on the outside. They would socialize outside of work.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was there ever anything, I guess, romantic between the two of them?
Yeah, they had that kind of relationship too.
Okay, and at the time of Sam's death, to your knowledge, were they in any sort of active romantic relationship?
No.
Okay, and throughout your sort of relationship with Sam and knowing Mr. Becker, did you ever have any concerns about him being violent or threatening towards Sam?
No.
Okay. Was one of the names you also spoke with the police about someone named Brett Foreman?
Yes.
And did you know Mr. Foreman personally?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge of Mr. Foreman and your relationship with Samantha, where does Mr. Foreman fit into things in her life?
He was another friend of Sam's. They met doing political work too. They never had a romantic or that kind of relationship, but they were just friends, and it just warranted me as someone that the police that might raise red flags. Sam could help a lot of people out, and she had a lot of people that relied on her for help and for various their journey in life. And so I just wanted to the police to make sure that everybody was looked at, to make sure they knew where their location was. But I never thought Brett would be harmful or be violent or hurt anybody.
Okay, so no concerns about him being violent or threatening toward Samantha?
No.
And why, I guess, what was the sort of impetus for you discussing his name with the police?
I don't think everybody understands Brett when they interact with him, and so people might get creeped out or the wrong idea by him. So I just wanted to make sure that that name or that person didn't stall the police investigation any more than it needed to.
Okay. And was one of the names that you also spoke with the police about somebody named Joshua Goldberg?
Yes.
And did you know Mr. Goldberg personally?
I did not know him before that.
Based on your relationship with Sam, did you have some kind of understanding of whether or not there was any relationship between Mr. Goldberg and Sam?
Yes.
And what was this like a serious relationship? Can you, I guess, describe your understanding of what the relationship was?
Yeah, so Sam had just gotten out of a year relationship, and so there were different guys who she was talking to at the time. And Mr. Goldberg was another one of them. They had a date, it went well, and then she lost interest, and so it ended at a certain point. But he was just one of the guys that she had gone on a date with after that time of breaking up with Jeff.
And based on your relationship with Sam, did you have any concerns about Mr. Goldberg being threatening or violent toward her?
No.
Okay. When you spoke with the police, did you also speak with them about someone named David Wilkinson?
Yes.
And is David Wilkinson somebody who you know personally?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your, what sort of your relationship has been with Mr. Wilkinson?
Yeah, David was also on campus with Sam and I at U of M. I didn't really know him there, but got to know him when Sam and I lived together in Woodbridge. He would come over and hang out a lot. The three of us became closer friends at that point, and so a lot of times when we would hang out later at night, and because of like Sam coming home from a wedding, and I just thought David would be another person that the police should just again look into, rule out, and go along their investigation.
Okay, and to your knowledge, based on your friendship with Mr. Wilkinson and your friendship with Sam, were the two of them ever romantically involved?
No. Sam met David when David was dating her sister, so they didn't have it like that at all on any level whatsoever. They were never, ever like that.
And did you ever have any concerns about David Wilkinson being violent or threatening toward Sam?
No.
And do you know whether Sam had Mr. Wilkinson as a contact in her phone?
She did.
And do you know what name that contact would have been stored under?
She stored him as Barry Stinson, who's a character from How I Met Your Mother. Neil Patrick Harris's character from How I Met Your Mother. She had him saved in her phone as the character's name. They both like that show.
And so his contact would not be under his own name,
right.
David Wilkinson. But and when you say Barry, are you sure it's Barry? Could it be
Barney, that was it. I didn't watch How I Met Your Mother, but they did.
And throughout your friendship with Miss Woll, did you ever sort of have an opportunity to have an understanding of what some of her sleeping habits might have been?
Yeah. Sam used to always say sleep is sacred. She used to struggle with sleep at various points. She used to sleep in later in the morning, and she would at sometimes from time to time fall asleep on her couch.
Okay, do you know whether she ever used any sort of sleep medication to aid with sleep?
No, I don't.
Okay. And did you ever know Sam to drink alcohol or consume alcohol?
Yes, but she was by no means like a big drinker or anything like that.
Okay. And did you ever know her to consume marijuana?
Yes.
And how often would you know her to be a consumer of marijuana?
Regularly.
And do you know what her sort of preferred method of consuming marijuana was?
It changed. It ebbed and flowed over time.
Okay. Do you know whether she ever used like a vape pen to consume marijuana?
She did, yes.
Okay. And throughout the 20 plus years you've known Samantha Woll, did you know her to have any enemies?
No.
Throughout the 20 plus years that you knew Miss Woll, did you ever know of anyone who'd want to hurt her for any reason?
No.
Throughout the 20 plus years that you've known Miss Woll, did you ever know her to associate with someone by the name of Michael Jackson-Bolanos?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Ross?
Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, a question was asked of you of what David Wilkinson contact information would have been under Samantha's phone, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated that it was an alias.
Yes.
Okay. Did you frequently look through her phone and her phone contacts?
No.
Okay. Did she ever share certain bookmarks from her phone? Like, or articles she might have saved?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she ever share with you the article that she bookmarked, Why You Need to Date Someone Who Scares You?
Not that I recall.
So you're not familiar with that particular article that was saved on her phone?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Has she ever spoke to you about dating someone or wanting to date someone who potentially scares her?
No.
Okay. You indicated to the police, or you felt this way, that Sam had her own mental issues like depression she was going through, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated and felt that the people that she was attracted to or she associated with had some type of mental issues also, correct? You stated that, right?
I'm sorry, what is the question?
You felt that, just to be clear, you felt that Samantha had her own mental issues, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that some of the individuals that she was attracted to, they would also have mental issues, sort of like a tie that binds or some type of connection on that particular front. That'd be fair?
People in her life.
Okay. And you also felt some of these people were self-loathing and depression, correct? You used those words, right?
Some of the people in Sam's life?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And you felt that they could possibly harm themselves, the people in her life?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Now, Jeff Hertzman, you indicated that you're familiar with him on a personal level?
Yes.
Okay. And you were under the understanding that you and yourself and others were consistently telling Samantha to get rid of him. Your words, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a period of time when she went to Utah, and it was your understanding the reason she went to Utah is to basically get Jeff Hersman out of her system, right?
That is correct, yes.
And she came back from Utah, and she continued to speak with Mr. Hersman after going on that trip to Utah, correct?
Correct.
And you felt that basically, what was the point of going to Utah to get rid of him if you're continually trying to speak with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you expressed that opinion you had about that to Samantha.
Yes.
Okay. And you basically got, she's going to basically do what she wants to do, sort of speak, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to be honest, she didn't really like you criticizing her about whether or not she was going to continue to date Mr. Hersman, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know that Samantha had a particular, I guess, personality. If she could be potentially criticized, she may hide that information from people who may criticize her, correct?
She was very frank with me about her relationship with Jeff, despite
Okay.
the fact that I wasn't a fan of it.
Okay. Be clear, my question is, you knew Samantha had a type of personality where if she could seek potential criticism from somebody, she may hide that particular object of criticism from that person.
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, Bob Becker, he wasn't Jewish, was he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Samantha never introduced Bob Becker to her parents because, your understanding, he wasn't Jewish, correct?
I don't think the relationship was in a part where anybody was going to be introducing anybody to people's parents at that point.
You told the police, your words, that Bob is not Jewish and therefore he was never introduced to her parents. You said that statement, didn't you?
I did,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
But
Thank you. And from your understanding, her and Bob had an ongoing sexual relationship, correct?
ongoing.
They were intimate. Her and Bob, to your understanding, her and Bob had sex more than one time.
Yes.
Okay. And you also told the police you knew that at some time she would drive up to Lansing in order to be intimate with Bob Becker. Correct?
One time. I only know of one time.
You only know of one time that she actually drove up to Lansing.
Correct.
Okay. And you knew of other times where they would meet down here in Detroit.
I mean, it's a little. They did not. For a lot of parts of their relationship, they weren't living in separate places.
Okay. You also told the police that it was your understanding that they had a good sexual chemistry. Your words.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And you also stated that, or you felt that you encouraged her to have a relationship with Bob if that was going to take in order for her to get Jeff Hersman out of her system. You told them that, correct?
I wanted her to have a little fun with Bob so that she would get her mind off Jeff and then move on eventually to a new relationship.
Okay, so that's a yes then, right? Okay.
So, yes.
That's a yes.
And at some point in time that during her relationship with Bob, he got married and had children, correct?
Yes.
And
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you came to the understanding
Correct.
or realization that he had children and was married, correct?
Correct.
And Samantha felt rejected because of that, didn't she?
No.
You didn't tell the police that you felt that Samantha felt rejected after learning about his marriage situation and his children? You didn't say that? Yes or no?
Rejected. She was rejected by Bob before. Like he was rejecting her before he married them.
My question was, after she found out, there was a point in time that she found out, you two, that Bob was married and had children, correct?
Correct.
And after that realization, she felt rejected. You told the police that, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. You also told them that sometimes they participated in phone sex together, correct?
One time.
Okay. And you also told the police that you felt that the relationship got so bad with Jeff that you told Samantha, do anything you need to do to get over Jeff, to get Jeff out of your mind. Told that?
Yes.
Okay. You also felt that Samantha had, you used the word, she suffers the fool a lot, correct? You said that, correct?
The phrase is suffers a fool.
Suffers a fool. Okay.
Yeah,
You
so
said that
she
way.
would suffer a lot of fools in
Okay.
her life.
Okay.
But
Okay.
she would never suffer anybody that was violent.
Okay, thank you.
Or that would be harmful
Okay.
physically.
Okay, thank you. And you also indicated that she felt a little bit self-conscious about not having a job at a particular time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when the prosecutor asked you about Aaron Pergament, you indicated that it was your understanding that they had certain conversations in that regard, correct? Or they had certain conversations between the two of them, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't mention during direct examination that you knew that Aaron Pergament and Samantha Woll had a sexual relationship, did you?
No.
Okay. But in fact, you do know that Aaron Pergament and Samantha Woll had a sexual relationship, correct?
Correct.
And you felt that Aaron Pergament, Samantha Woll was out of his league.
I did think that, yes.
And he would call all the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is your understanding they had sex more than once, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was your understanding that Aaron Pergament would have wanted a relationship with Samantha, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also stated that you wouldn't be surprised if Samantha hooked up with Aaron after the wedding, correct?
Which wedding?
After the wedding that she went to on October the 20th.
But she was murdered after that.
Okay.
So I would be very surprised if she was hooking up with
Okay, so
anyone.
that's my question. My question is, isn't it true that you told the police that you would not be surprised if Samantha hooked up with Aaron after that wedding? You told them that, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. Just one, it calls for speculation. Two, we're talking about a prior statement. I'm not sure, is this impeachment? What is, I mean, you can't just put in the entire prior statement.
No. If he made that statement, if it was his, if he said this particular statement, he's saying he didn't, I can impeach him on that. Necessary.
Well, then impeach him.
Okay. So just for the record, you're stating that you never said that statement, correct?
I guess I don't understand what it is you're asking.
Whether or not you told the police that you would not be surprised if Samantha hooked up with Aaron or met Aaron after she left the wedding.
I could see myself saying that.
Okay.
That may-
Okay, thank you. Now, prosecutor asked you about her sleeping habits, isn't it true that you stated that, or you felt that Samantha didn't sleep on the couch often?
Correct.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, you told them, or you felt that, no, strike that, she had a new couch, correct? In this new apartment, she had a new couch, correct?
New to that apartment, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And it was your understanding that on this new couch, you can't think of a time where she fell asleep on this new couch, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as far as you know, in this apartment, 1366 Joliet, you can't think of any time where she's ever fell asleep on that couch, correct?
Correct. I don't have any first-hand knowledge of her ever sleeping on that couch.
Okay. Now, as far as David Wilkinson, you indicated that you were unaware of any type of relationship with him, correct? Between him and Sam.
Friendship, the friends, but
Okay.
nothing romantic, right?
Okay. Did you know that David frequently spent the night over at her house? Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also knew that that particular night that she left the wedding at 1 o'clock in the morning, she texted a heart emoji to David Wilkinson, correct? You knew that, right?
I did know that.
Okay. And in regards to Aaron Pergament, you knew that he went to Utah immediately after she went to Utah, correct?
I don't have any first-hand knowledge of his Utah trip.
Okay.
Of Aaron's Utah trip.
But it was your understanding that he went to Utah after her, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that was odd, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you received a screenshot of some sort, basically substantiating that Aaron went to Utah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that Samantha smoked a lot of marijuana, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you felt...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you felt that she was a varsity level smoker, correct?
Yes.
Okay, which means that you felt that she can smoke large amounts of marijuana, maybe more than yourself, and still be able to do certain things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if she took any other, like, recreational drugs?
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Okay. Do you know if she took any, like, psychedelics, any mushrooms or anything like that?
No, she
Okay.
didn't.
Now, Mr. Herbsman, have you and Mr. Herbsman ever hung out together?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Have you ever been to his house?
Yes.
Okay. Frequently?
No.
Okay. Have you ever participated in a bonfire at Mr. Herbsman's house?
Yes.
Okay. And it was called Kumbaya?
I don't know if it had a name.
Okay. And this bonfire would have been after the date of Samantha Woll's death, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what was being burnt at that bonfire?
I was not there. By the time I got there, the fire was already
The
started.
fire's already started? Okay. And this is at Mr. Herbsman's residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did he personally invite you?
Yes, it was a mass text.
Okay. And you were aware of certain, I guess, mental issues that Mr. Herbstreit was dealing with, correct?
Through Sam.
Okay.
And I never talked with him personally about those issues.
Okay. He's never exposed that to you? Okay.
No. Going over there that night was the very first time I had ever gone to his house. I hung out with him once or twice with her before then.
Okay. And just to be clear, the last time you hung out with Jeff Herbstreit, Samantha Woll was not there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you and him talked about maybe today's court hearing at all?
Not in specifics.
Okay. How about in general?
Yeah, just like good luck or whatever.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about what you should say or not say?
Nope, I was doing my best to follow the sequestration order.
Okay. When you went to Mr. Herbstreit's house, were you aware of any cameras at the house?
No.
Okay. Did Samantha ever offer you a spare key?
No.
Okay, but you
not of the place that she was living at in Lafayette.
But you were aware that she had a lockbox on her door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your understanding that that lockbox had or contained a spare key, correct?
I did not follow the details that closely. There, some other friends had stayed a while back, so I knew that there existed a lockbox, but I didn't get into all the...
Okay. And you also knew that she would at sometimes give that spare key to other individuals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know her alarm code?
No.
Okay. You were aware that it was your understanding that she would give that alarm code to different people, correct?
I don't know of anybody else other than Sherry, who was there that week before, who had a wedding at night, but other than that, I didn't know of anybody else.
Okay. You also felt that Samantha was, well, you stated, or you felt that way, that Samantha was miserable trying to make it work with Jeff.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it was your understanding that when Samantha originally broke up with Jeff, this was not a mutual breakup, was it?
What do you mean original?
When Samantha and Jeff were broken up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When they broke up, it was Samantha's decision to break it off with Jeff. Correct?
Initially, maybe.
Okay.
But like I was saying,
thank you.
she eventually went.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, you knew Samantha to have a great deal of friends or multiple associates, correct?
Correct.
But you only told the police about these specific individuals, such as Aaron Pergament, Bob Becker, Mr. Goldberg, Mr. Wilkinson, and Mr. Herbstreit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you didn't give an exhaustive list of all friends. There was a particular reason why you felt in your mind that you should offer this information to the police, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason is because you may have felt that they may have known something or maybe possibly done something. Yeah, correct?
Well, I wanted the police to get rid of the perfunctory people in her life that they were going to need to just deal with alibis for so that they could get to the matter of the true investigation before them.
Okay. Now, after Samantha and Jeff broke up, Aaron Pergament, her and Aaron formed a relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And So this would have predated Mr. Becker?
No. I mean, she knew Bob before.
Okay. Were they, and from as far as you know, was she sexually active with Aaron Pergament and Bob Becker at the same time?
No.
Okay. So just kind of give us a timeline, because you indicated to the police that she used Bob, I don't want to say used Bob, but Bob was there to get Jeff out of her system, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But Bob and her didn't have any physical type of relationship after her and Jeff broke up.
Okay. But that's not what you told the police, though, right? You told the police that she would hook up with Bob in order to...
That was my hope.
Okay.
I at first I did not think she should talk to Bob when I found out he was married, but then I was like, just talk to him. Do whatever you got to do to get Jeff out of your head, and so that you can, figure out what you need in a relationship.
Okay.
But her and Bob were never physically intimate
After Jeff?
After Jeff.
Okay, so just to be clear then. So was her and Bob intimate while her and Jeff were together?
No.
So if it wasn't... So when was it then? Before?
Before, yeah.
Okay. But you told the police that the relationship got so bad with Jeff that you told her to do anything to get Jeff out of her mind, which was have a relationship with Bob, right?
Right. So Bob was living somewhere else and had been calling her again at that time.
Okay.
And she was ignoring it at first, and I was saying, like, yeah, you should ignore it. And then when things with Jeff were still, where she was still stuck in that rut with Jeff, I'm like, fine, talk to Bob, figure out what's going on with Bob. But he didn't live in Metro Detroit. I don't know where he lives.
He lived in Lansing, right?
I don't know. But he didn't live a place where she could drive to in a matter of...
Okay, but you didn't know... So as of right now, you don't know any other place other than Metro Detroit and Lansing that Bob Becker lived at, right?
Correct.
That's the only two places.
Yeah.
And you knew that she went up to Lansing at certain times to be intimate with Bob, correct?
But not when she was with Jeff. That was years that was before.
Okay, but you didn't tell the police. You didn't illustrate to the police that this particular dating relationship with Bob was years before Jeff. You never said that, did you?
I was giving the police a list of names that my friend had just been murdered, so I wanted them to just run through everyone that they possibly could.
Okay.
I apologize if I didn't make a timeline of the relationship between Sam and Bob.
I'm sorry. I just want to be clear now.
Right.
You never told the police or indicated to the police that this relationship between Samantha and Bob...
Objection is to answer.
I'll be answered it.
He did answer you already, so.
Okay. But you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And if a friend of yours is murdered, don't you think it would be important for you to at least get narrowed down the dates of when they had a sexual relationship with somebody else, and not let the police guess? You think that would have been important?
Yeah, that would have been important.
Okay. Now, Samantha liked to bike ride, correct? Sometimes to Belle Isle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if her and Mr. Herbstman ever biked to Belle Isle together?
I don't know for sure.
You don't know for sure, okay. But you do know they went on some hiking trips.
Yeah, I don't think they ever biked to Belle Isle together.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Herbstman likes to bike independently?
He does, yes.
He does? Okay. And you don't know whether or not she met anybody at the wedding, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you and Samantha friends on social media?
We don't really. Yes, but we don't really have. We don't really use our Facebooks. Obviously, she doesn't use hers anymore. I don't really use my Facebook. and she never really had Instagram.
Okay. So you wouldn't know whether or not a photo was uploaded of her potentially dancing with somebody at the wedding.
Right, I wouldn't know that.
Okay. If Samantha was going to meet somebody after the wedding, was she? It wouldn't be customary for her to tell you every, step she's making, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not she used any dating apps?
No, I don't know at the time.
Are you familiar with J-Date?
I am, yes.
Are you familiar with J-Swipe?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever discuss that she was a member of these?
Yeah, but what I mean is, yes, she had discussed she talked about the creation of the account, but I just don't know how often she was actually logging in and using the service itself.
And you don't know whether or not she met certain guys or any guys from these?
Not that, no. I don't think she did.
Were you aware that David Wilkinson was supposed to spend the night when she came home from the wedding?
I mean, I've made plans with David Wilkinson in the past.
Yes or no?
And so what's supposed to spend the night could mean he doesn't always matriculate to the
That's not my
social
question.
engagements he's supposed to attend to.
That's not my question. My question is, did you know that David Wilkinson told Sam that he was going to spend the night?
Judge, objection. First of all, foundation. Second of all, hearsay. I'm not sure where this.
I'll rephrase it. Were you under the understanding that David Wilkinson intended to spend the night at Samantha Woll's house after she left the wedding?
Was I aware when? When I spoke to the police that Saturday?
Were you aware at any time up until now?
So David Wilkinson.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I can't answer this question with a simple yes or no for you to properly understand what you need to know about David Wilkinson.
Well, if it's something somebody else said to him, it's hearsay, and you're asking for hearsay.
No, I'm just asking if he was ever under understanding that David Wilkinson was supposed to, or maybe stated that he was going to go there or supposed to go there. And if he knows, I mean, he can say, I believe.
No, I'm not going to allow it. It's hearsay. Let's move on.
You were also under the understanding that Samantha would call like Uber Eats late at night?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your understanding if Samantha would go to sleep, it would be maybe in a t-shirt of some type, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Sir, when you first spoke with the police, the back in October, what's kind of going through your head? What was your frame of mind at that point in time?
Well, I was still in shock. We just learned that Sam had been murdered earlier that day, and with the few details we knew at that point, you thought it was somebody who was close to her. So I wanted to provide those list of names of those who were closer to her, so that the police could look into those people and then move on with their investigation.
Okay, and there were some questions about Jeff Herbstman. Can you discuss the circumstances of the bonfire that you attended at his house? Do you recall when that happened? I don't know the specific day that it would have happened.
I did. It was a little awkward for myself. This was a guy I didn't think my friend should have been dating, but now she had been murdered, so now he was having a bonfire to remember her. And another friend of ours was going to be, and she did. She wrote a poetry piece about her, so I wanted to go be with other friends of Sam that night. But it was my first time going to Jeff's, and I went with a group of other people that I knew.
Okay. And approximately how many people were there, if you remember?
I would say fewer than, or I would say around 12.
Okay. And was there anything out of the ordinary about Jeff's behavior that you observed that night?
We were all pretty in shock and grief.
Why was it, I guess if you could articulate this as clearly as possible, why was it that you didn't want Sam to be dating Jeff Herbstman anymore?
I felt like she could find somebody that was more complementary to her personality, to her skill set. Jeff and her didn't have a relationship that I felt best reflected what she needed, what she wanted. I think, I mean, I don't think Jeff wanted to have kids, and she wanted to have kids.
Objection, that's speculation.
It's the same. Unrestricted. You don't have to consider that.
But I guess is it fair to say that they just weren't the right fit for each other?
Yeah, they weren't.
Objection leading.
I think I can ask a clarifying question.
It's leading.
Okay, I will move on. When it comes to Bob Becker, again, just to clarify, based on your understanding, how long ago was it that Sam and Mr. Becker had any kind of direct relationship with one another, physical relationship with one another?
It would have been probably 6 months before she moved from Lansing back to Detroit.
And what year approximately was that?
2019-ish?
Okay. But at some point they had some contact with one another, is that your understanding?
Yes. They used to live in the same building in Lansing.
I'm saying, but at some point after Sam and Jeff were no longer dating.
Yes, then it was all through the telephone. They had never physically seen each other since after.
Was it at that point that you're encouraging her to possibly
Yes, I was encouraging her to call him, to text him. She had been ignoring it at certain points.
There were some questions about a heart emoji. Did Sam? How often did Sam communicate with emojis?
Yeah, Sam used heart emojis for all of her friends, whether she was in a romantic relationship with them or not. It wasn't a reflection of any sort of
Objection, that this calls for speculation on what her intent was when she sends an emoji.
I'm going to allow if he has personal knowledge about her sending emojis.
She used to send emojis to everyone, friends and boyfriends, not just boyfriends.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Briefly. So you would agree that she would send heart emojis to boyfriends, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that you don't know definitively whether or not Samantha actually hooked back up with Bob after you, I guess, gave her the stamp of approval, for lack of a better term.
I don't understand that question.
Okay, you indicated that you felt that the relationship got so bad with Jeff that you were basically telling Samantha to hook back up with Bob, correct?
I wasn't giving her specific instructions.
Okay, not specific instructions, but you let your opinion be known that you felt that she should call Bob and they should hook back up in an attempt to get Jeff out of her mind.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not she actually followed through and actually met up with Bob, right?
I don't have any firsthand knowledge.
You would know that, correct? Okay, thank you. No further questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Questions from the jury? I don't see any. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Wait a good point for a break, or let's take a 15-minute recess till 2:30, and then we'll come back for another recess. Calling case number 2400535, People versus Michael Jackson-Bolanos. Appearances, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey for the people.
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
And Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos.
Good afternoon, Judge Brenner, Christian-Murphy, here in his co-counsel on behalf of Mr. Jackson-Bolanos, who appears tonight.
And then, for the record, Mr. Jackson-Bolanos is present, and our all counsel are present. Our 16 jurors have returned to the courtroom. Juror number 1, you said you're not feeling very well. Do you need some water, or do you have water? Are you gonna be able to make it through the next hour, or? Okay. Well, if you need to run for the restroom or something, just raise your hand, say I gotta go, and you can run right into the jury room. Okay, if something happens. Okay. Are we ready to continue with your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. People call Aaron Pergamon.
Aaron, 2 A's R-O-N, Pergament, P-E-R-G-A-M as in Mary, E, N as in Nancy, T.
Good afternoon. Sir, did you know a person by the name of Samantha Woll?
Yes.
And how did you meet Samantha Woll?
I was at a speaker program at an organization called Aisha Torah. They had a speaker from one of the Netflix shows, and I met her there.
All right, so this was some sort of event that you personally came into contact with her at?
Correct.
All right, now, without going into great detail, did you actually know at that time her parents?
I did. In fact, when I met her, she introduced herself. She said, I'm Samantha Woll. And I asked her, I said, are you related to Douglas and Margot Woll? And she said, yeah, how do you know? And I say that
Judge, objection. This is hearsay.
Well, what he said is not hearsay. So you can't say what Samantha said. Just say what you said.
I stated that I knew Douglas and Margot Woll, that I run a charity golf outing every year for a free dental clinic in the community, and that they come to it every year, and they were nice people, and they were nice donors every year.
So, in terms of Miss Woll's parents, I mean, were you just acquaintances? Would you spend time together at each other's houses?
No, we're more acquaintances, and during the golf outing, there was not a lot of women that golfed, just the nature of it, and so once in a while, Dr. Woll would win a prize, so I'd go over give the prize and thank them for coming, but we were not like friends that went to each other's houses.
And so, did you meet Miss Woll? Was this in July of 2023?
This is July 31st, 2023, correct?
And so, was that the first day that you actually had ever met her?
Correct.
Okay. And following that occasion, did you exchange, phone numbers or way to communicate with each other?
Yeah, we were talking at the event. She was talking. I called over to some of my friends. We were talking, and then she had mentioned that she had a spare tire on her car. So I gave her my business card. I said, please call me to make sure you get home okay, because she told me she lived in Detroit. I said, you have a spare tire. I'd feel more comfortable if you told me that you got home okay.
Okay. So ultimately, did the two of you communicate with each other via text?
Yeah, we texted and phone call, correct.
Okay, so you'd speak with her over the phone and you also text with her?
Correct.
All right, and I guess from late July, or July 31st of 2023, did you see her more than in person just then on that one occasion that you've already talked about?
I mean, I literally only saw her 6 times, I saw her at the event a couple times later that week, and then I went to the opening of the downtown synagogue just because I wanted to see what the building looked like and tell her congratulations because I know how hard she worked on the event.
And so, over the course of these interactions you having with Miss Woll, did you develop an intimate relationship with Miss Woll?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have an occasion to ever go to a townhouse on Joliet Place where Miss Woll lived?
Yes.
And did you ever go inside that townhouse?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that it was a total of maybe 6 times that the two of you were together?
Correct.
Now, were all of those occasions at her townhouse, or did she ever come to where you were living or some other places?
No, I had met her that night in Oak Park at the event. I went down to her place 2 or 3 times. We met for coffee once in downtown Detroit, and then I also saw her downtown at the synagogue that one Sunday morning for the event.
Okay. And so these meetings that you would have, or the connection that you would have, obviously did something happen to Sam in October of 2023?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just in this window between July 31st and the time where she passed away?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And over those occasions where you would meet, I mean, were the two of you ever exclusively dating one another for that window of time?
No.
Okay. And did you, over that period of time, you said that you would call and you would text her?
That's correct.
All right. So during that period of time, did you ever wish to, continue to date her or see her romantically?
I mean, we had talked about it. I have 4 kids. I'm very busy. I have my own business. I know she was extremely busy with, getting the synagogue off the ground, and our schedules weren't corresponding. So we had talked about, hopefully our schedules would clear up in the future, and we would, maybe in the future make time for each other again.
Okay. So at least around the time of her death, that was kind of is that the status of your relationship?
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't seen her or basically talked to her since the grand opening at the synagogue. That was sometime, I believe. I'm blanking on the date. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was in September or October? Does that ring any bells for you?
I think it was September because it was before the high holidays of the Jewish year, so it was before Rosh Hashanah.
And around that time, did you ever speak with Samantha Woll about any vacations that she went on?
When I went down to her place, I had told her I do photography, and one of my passions is doing like nighttime and landscapes. And I told her that I was going to go on a trip to Utah. One of my cousins in Arizona has a big RV, and he wanted me to come with him. But I wanted to do like a professional photography tour, so I had asked her. She said she had just gone out to Utah.
Objection, Judge. Here's it.
You can't say what she said, sir.
Okay.
So
Just what you said.
yeah. Ultimately, did it come to your knowledge that she had spent time in Utah?
Correct.
All right. And so, did you go to Utah after you spoke with her about that?
I did, but it wasn't. I was already planning on going before I spoke to her about it. I more asked her. I don't know if this is okay, but I just said if I only have 4 days, which parks are the best? If I have limited time, so she kind of said.
Objection.
Okay.
Just what you said.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
sorry.
you basically, you're having a discussion about different places to go in Utah?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you ever send her any pictures or messages from your trip to Utah?
Yeah, I sent her a couple of my shots that I took when I went on a pro photography tour. So I sent her a couple of the sunrise and sunset and astrophotography shots.
And what was your intention in sending her those pictures?
Just to try to brighten her day.
Okay. Were you intending to scare her or anything like that by sending her
No.
those pictures? All right. Now, did you ever, when you would go inside of her townhouse on Joliet, did you ever notice anything about
I know she was a little bit lax about locking the doors. One time I came down and she said the door's open, and then she did open the back door a couple times because she had a vape and she would vape and blow it out the back door.
All right, and so can you just describe the back door? Is it like a solid, wooden door, or can you kind of describe it at all?
No, it's more like a glass wall with like a one glass door that opened up. So there are some windows and a glass door that opened up.
Now, on October 20th of 2023, and I'm talking kind of in the night throughout the morning, starting around, let's say, dinner time, do you remember what you were doing on October 20th of 2023?
Yeah, so it was a Friday night. So Friday night we have Shabbos dinner at my house. I had my kids that weekend, and I had an additional 4 or 5 kids over that slept over because there was a bar mitzvah in town. So I had like 7 kids at my house that night.
Now, I don't want you to tell me what your address is, but just generally, what city were you located in that night?
Oak Park.
Okay. And so you were at the home with a number of children in the home?
Correct.
After that point, did you ever leave your home?
We went across the street at approximately 10:30 because one of my son's teachers was across the street. So me and 5 or 6 of the kids went across the street. We came back. I cleaned up the kitchen when they were playing basketball. There's a kitchen basketball hoop, and then I didn't leave the house after that.
All right. So, do you recall at all what time you might have gone to bed on the 20th?
Around 12 or 12:30 at night.
And throughout that night and into the morning, did you ever wake up and leave your home?
No.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not, I'll strike that question. Did you become aware at some point after you woke up on the 21st that something had happened to Miss Woll?
No, I didn't find out. So if the jury doesn't understand, can I explain to Orthodox Jew what that means a little bit or no?
Well, why don't you just try and answer?
For Shabbos, between Friday night sundown and Saturday night sundown, we don't do any work. So we don't drive, we don't use electricity, we don't go on computers, we don't go on phones, we don't do anything. We just stay at our home, we go to shul, synagogue, and then we come back. And I usually play games with the kids. So when Shabbos was over on Saturday night after sundown, I went on my computer because this is right around the time of the war in Gaza that had just started. And
Judge, I'm going to object. This is way off the scope of what was just asked.
I can try and...
So I didn't find out until after sundown on Saturday night when I opened my computer and I saw, I don't remember whether I saw a Yahoo story or I got an email from the Detroit Federation that stated that Samantha Woll had been murdered.
All right, so the bottom line is you found out like over the internet, basically.
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever have an occasion, at least after that day, to have any conversations with the Detroit Police Department?
A Detroit police officer and I believe a Michigan State police officer came to my door after the funeral on Sunday, October 22nd, and they said...
Objection to hearsay.
Say what someone else said, so...
Without telling me what they said, after you saw them, did you ultimately end up going to police headquarters?
Correct. I voluntarily went down that next Monday, the 23rd.
And did you give a statement to them about what you knew?
Yes.
And as part of that, did they also take like a swab from your mouth?
Yeah, I voluntarily gave them a cheek swab, I voluntarily gave them my phone, and I let them check my car.
Okay, so with your phone, at least around that time, did your phone number begin with 248 and end with 3073?
Correct.
Okay, and so they asked you for certain information and you provided all of that to them?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Or Ms. Person
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Pergament, you indicated just now that at some point you had an initial conversation with the DPD prior to you going to the actual station, correct?
They came to my door that Sunday, October 22nd, and asked me if I could come down and
You had an initial conversation with them that night, correct?
No, it was Sunday after the funeral. It was in the early afternoon. They came to my door, and they said, "Can you come down to the station and answer some questions?" I said, "I can't."
Right. Wait, so that's all I was asking about. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's okay. No worries. Thank you. So during that initial contact, prior to you going there, they had asked you just some general questions about the nature of your relationship with Sam, or whether or not you knew her, correct?
Honestly, I don't recall. I think they just asked me if I could come down to the station and answer some questions.
Okay. So you don't recall telling them at that time that you knew Sam and you two had just had coffee before?
I don't recall, to tell you the truth.
Okay. You don't recall telling them at that time that you knew Sam through her parents and the golf outings?
I may have said that.
Okay. Do you recall telling them at that time that well, let me ask it to you like this. Do you recall telling the police at that time that you and Sam never got deep into personal life with one another?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, would you agree with me that during that first contact that you had with the police that you never made mention of the fact that there was an intimate relationship between you and Miss Woll?
That's probably correct.
Okay. And then the following day, that would be when you went to see them in person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during that time, you made a statement, correct?
Correct.
And at that time when you made that statement, you indicated that you had been to Sam's house 3 or 4 times, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you and her, well, when you were asked whether you and her had been sexually active, you said no, just foreplay, correct?
Well, I changed my statement because I wanted to tell the truth, but it's a little embarrassing when you talk about your...
And that's fair. I can understand that. But then when you changed your statement, you changed the statement to say that you had sex with her 1 time. Is that correct?
Correct.
But that, in fact, is not true, correct? You and Sam, in fact, had sex more than 1 time, correct?
We fooled around a couple times, but, I mean, we had sex 1 time.
Okay. Now, you have been to Sam's house more than once, correct?
Correct.
And you, in fact, did notice that she kept her doors unlocked, correct?
Well, I believe she texted me that said the door's open.
Okay, but you noticed that she kept her doors unlocked. In fact, you told the police when you went to go see them that on your first encounter to her home, you were actually able to open the door and just walk right in, correct?
I don't believe I said that.
You don't believe you said that?
No.
One second. You were, in fact, under the impression that she leaves her doors unlocked often. Fair to say?
I'm not sure, but
You had made mention of the fact you felt she was crazy for leaving her doors unlocked.
I never said the word crazy.
One second.
At least I don't believe I didn't. At least I mean,
Oh, I haven't asked a question. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Thanks. Just 1 second. We're just pulling something up. Do you want me to do it? Or should I have it pulled up already? It's at 450. I know where it is. I guess I have to use that to plug in. I think I know your book. Sorry. Hate to be a pain. Thank you.
Just be careful, it only goes so far, so.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to. No, the first interview, the initial contact. I'm sorry. I apologize. Just eating up our time here. That's fine. Thank you. Let's see here. I think I can do it. There we go. Okay.
So if you could turn around and look at the screen behind you.
Sir, would you agree that that's you in that clip?
Correct.
Do you by any chance recall this being the time that the DPD came to your home to speak to you?
I can't tell from the picture.
Okay.
Because she drove around and said, hey, do you want a key to my house? I'm like, no. I said, no. And she said, well, usually I have the door open or something like that. And I was like, Sam, I said, are you crazy? I said, I mean.
So you would agree that you thought she was crazy?
I think that's taken out of context. I apologize.
That's okay.
I think it's crazy to leave your door open at night. That's what I was referring to.
Okay. But it could be possible that she had left the door open because she was expecting you, correct?
When are we talking about?
The time that you were able to just enter into her home.
I don't believe I ever just entered into her home. I believe I would have knocked.
Well, the time that you indicate that she said it's open.
No, she had sent me a text, I believe.
Oh, well then, she for sure was expecting you, correct?
But I still wouldn't just walk into someone's...
Not to say that you wouldn't do that. The question is, she was for sure expecting you, correct?
On the evening that we agreed that I was going to come down there, then she was probably expecting me, yes.
Okay. So, did you by chance ever tell Miss Wall's parents the nature of the relationship between you and their daughter?
No.
Okay. Now, fair to say that you thought Sam was attractive, right?
I thought she was an angel of a person, correct.
Okay. And the prosecutor had asked you whether or not the relationship between you and Samantha was exclusive, and you had indicated that it was not exclusive, correct?
Correct.
So fair to say that you knew that she was seeing other men?
I had no idea whether she was or was not.
Wouldn't have made you very happy to know that she was, though, would it?
I would be indifferent. We weren't exclusive.
Okay. You indicated that the majority of the contact that you and Ms. Wall had, be that it was not in person a lot, was on text and phone calls, correct?
I don't know about the majority. I mean, when we got together, we would speak for hours at a time about life and everything, so.
Well, you two only saw each other 6 times, according to you, right?
Correct.
So the majority of the conversations that you all had would have been not in person then, correct?
I don't know what the majority is, but
You guys would text and call a lot?
not a lot. I mean, a couple times during the week.
You would not text and call her frequently?
I don't know how you define frequently.
More than once a day?
When we first met, yes.
More than twice a day?
When we first met, yes.
More than 5 times a day?
We had text exchange back and forth, yes.
More than 10 times a day?
On the first week that we met, yes.
So frequently. Now, when was it that you took this trip to Utah?
The middle of October.
Do you remember the dates?
I don't have the calendar in front of me, but I'm
Would-
happy. I could probably guesstimate.
No, no need to do
I
that.
think it was around the second week of October.
No need to guesstimate. Would you agree with me if I told you it was the 9th through the 15th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea when it was that Sam went to Utah?
I do not.
Okay. Now, did you speak with the prosecution in preparation for your testimony today?
A little bit. I just asked them, you know, I've never been here before, so I just asked, what can I expect?
That's fair. And the reason I asked you that is because previously, in all the times that you spoke with the police, you had never mentioned this particular statement that you made today about Sam opening and closing her back door when she was vaping. Is that fair to say that you never mentioned that before?
I don't recall, but
Okay. One second. There have been times that you have went to Miss Wall's home unannounced. Is that fair to say?
I went down there and dropped off a Rosh Hashanah gift basket.
Would that have been unannounced?
Correct.
Okay. No, okay. Nothing further, thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Questions to the jury? I'm down, counsel approach. Evidence, this was just offered as impeachment to refresh his memory as to what he said. So,
I don't have anything else, Judge.
anything further?
No.
Are you satisfied with my explanation?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, any other questions from the jury? I don't see any. You guys have it. Thank you. Next witness?
The people called Jeffrey Herbstman.
Jeffrey Herbstman, JEFFREYHERBSTMAN.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, did you know somebody by the name of Samantha Woll?
Yes,
And how long had you known Miss Woll?
for years.
Can you approximate the number of years that you knew of her?
At least 5, maybe perhaps longer than that. We met through the synagogue. A long time ago. Yeah.
Okay. And was this the downtown synagogue in Detroit?
That's correct.
At some point, did your relationship with Miss Woll become romantic?
Yes.
And approximately when did that happen?
In August of 2022, we started a romantic relationship.
Okay. And how long did your romantic relationship with Miss Woll last?
Until July of 2023.
Okay. And during the time that the two of you were together, did you live together or live separately?
We live separately.
And what precipitated the ending of your relationship in July of 2023?
We had difficulty communicating. I'm not particularly good at sharing my feelings, and it caused stress between us. And we really wanted to make things work, but I didn't know how.
And when the two of you broke up, who initiated the breakup?
Samantha initiated the breakup.
Okay. And after the two of you broke up, was there ever any effort to rekindle things or get back together?
Yes, several times.
And did you ever end up getting back together and getting back into a relationship with Samantha?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
Initially, the breakup was just a conversation where she came to me and said that she wanted to end things. We had a long conversation and got back together that day. Subsequently, it lasted for a few hours until I came and brought flowers and apologized, and trying to figure things out. And then the third time, she wrote me a text message, and I said that I understood, and that was the third time that we broke up.
Okay. And the sort of 3 times that you broke up, what was the sort of time frame of all 3 of these sort of instances?
That was over June and July.
Okay. And after the final time in July, was there any sort of effort or discussion at that point about possibly getting back together?
Yes. In late July, Sam came to me wanting to get back together. I told her I had to think about it. We met for coffee, and I said that I cared deeply for her, but I wasn't sure how to give her what she wanted in the relationship, and so I really needed to figure that out before we could continue the relationship. And so I said that it's not going to work.
And after that point in July, did the two of you ever sort of rekindle things at all afterward?
No.
Okay. Now, this breakup, was this like an acrimonious breakup? Would you say?
No, it was. We talked about things. It was very
the opposite of acrimonious. It was, we talked over things and agreed that things weren't working very well, that our communication wasn't great, and we just decided that things weren't working out.
I guess after this happened, when was the last time you directly spoke with Sam in person?
The last time was there was a holiday called Simchat Torah on October 7th, and we exchanged hellos at that holiday, but that's the last time that we saw each other.
Okay, and where was that? Was this at
That was at the downtown synagogue.
At the synagogue?
Yes.
Okay, and other than exchanging hellos, was there any sort of discussion or conversation?
No.
And between July, when the two of you broke up, and the holiday in October, was there sort of any direct in-person interaction between the two of you during that sort of interim time?
We saw each other several times at synagogue. I remember that I saw her at the grand reopening party that we had, the block party that we had on, I believe it was August 25th, and she came over and gave me a hug. And we exchanged hellos at, I think we saw each other at services other than that, but that was our, we didn't really speak outside of those situations.
Okay, and during this time, after you broke up, were the two of you ever still in communication with each other over text or phone?
I believe that very, very minimally. I texted her when I brought her her things back to her apartment, and I texted her. She brought over a book and cupcakes for my birthday.
And when was that?
That was August 12th.
Okay.
And so I thanked her for that.
And when was the very last time that you saw Samantha alive?
That would have been on October 7th at the Simchat Torah service.
Okay, at the synagogue?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you find out that something happened to Samantha?
Yes, I received an email from the synagogue.
And when did you receive that email?
On, I believe, October 22nd.
Okay, do you remember what time you received that email and found out?
Sometime in the afternoon.
Okay, and what did you do in response to getting that email?
The first thing I did was I looked at the news to try to understand what had happened. I was devastated. I wanted to know what went on. I called my parents, and then I reached out, or I can't remember if I reached out to some friends, but the friends reached out to me. But I spoke with Ruby Robinson and Zach Rosen about what had happened.
And are those two individuals, are those friends of yours?
Yes.
Okay. And did those individuals know Samantha?
Yes.
Now, was there a funeral service held for Samantha?
Yes.
And when was that funeral service held?
That was it the 23rd, I think? I'm not, it was the following day.
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week it was?
It would have been the Sunday.
The Sunday, okay. And did you attend the funeral service?
Yes.
And after the funeral service, did you have an opportunity to speak with some police officers with the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And where did you speak with those officers?
At the DPSH downtown.
Okay. And did those officers asked to take something called a swab for DNA from you?
Yes, they did.
And did you allow them to take that swab?
I not only allowed it, I reminded them they were actually going to let me go and forgot to swab me, and so I said, hey, don't you need to swab me for DNA?
Okay, and did you bring your cell phone with you to that meeting with the police officers?
Yes, I did.
And did those officers ask for permission to forensically download the contents of your cell phone?
Yes, they did.
And did you give them your phone so that they could do that?
I did.
And did those officers also ask for your permission to look in your car?
Yes.
And what kind of car were you driving at that time?
A Volkswagen EOS.
Okay. And during sort of all the relevant time, is that the same car that you
Yes.
had? And did you allow the officers to look inside of your car
Yes.
and search it? And did those officers ask you questions about your sort of whereabouts the night of Samantha's death?
Yes, they did.
And looking back at the night of October 20th of 2023, a Friday night, can you help us understand what were your activities that specific night?
So on that night, I went to the synagogue, and I stayed at the synagogue. We prayed. I stayed at the synagogue until around 8 o'clock p.m. and then I went directly home.
And what, where is home for you without, I guess, giving us your specific address? What neighborhood and what street do you live on?
Sure, Southwest Detroit. I live on Grand Boulevard.
Okay. And so you said you went from synagogue to home. Let me ask, is Friday night, as a general matter, is that a significant night for in terms of like activities at the synagogue?
Yes, so typically we have services on Friday nights and Saturday mornings.
Okay. And do you observe the sort of religious custom generally known as Shabbat in terms of activities that you might take a rest from sundown on Friday until sundown on Saturday?
Yes, I try not to do work or labor during that time.
Are you do you take your observance to the level that you don't use any electronic devices during that time?
No.
Okay, and so do you still use things like phone, computer during that time?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so when you got home on the night of October 20th of 2021, what did you do after you got home?
After I got home, I would have let my dog out. I lay down on the couch. I listened to a podcast. I put on some records, and I went to bed around 10 o'clock.
And during the course of that night, did you leave your home at all?
No.
Do you remember waking up at all during the course of that night?
I believe that I woke up at some point during the night. I'm a light sleeper.
Okay. But did you leave your home? Did you go anywhere else other than
No.
at home? Do you remember what you did the next morning?
Yes. The next morning, I woke up around 8 o'clock in the morning. I went to Eastern Market, picked up some groceries and some food. I drove back home. And then I got my yoga equipment, and I actually went to the credit union. I tried to go to the credit union, which was closed, and so instead, I just drove straight to yoga and did yoga at 10:30 to 11:30.
Okay. And Mr. Herbson, can I ask, do you have a history of suffering from any sort of mental health issues?
Yes, I have depression.
And how long have you been dealing with depression?
It's tough to say. It's been a long time. I'd say at least 10 years, if not longer.
Okay. And during the course of time that you've been dealing with depression, have you been treated by a physician when it comes to your depression?
Yes, I've been treated by a number of psychologists and psychiatrists.
And at the time of Samantha's death, were you treated by anybody at around that time?
Yes.
And at around that time, let me ask you this. In general, have you ever taken any type of prescription medication for depression?
Yes, I've taken a number of prescription medications for depression.
Okay, and back in October of 2023, were you on any prescriptions at that time?
October of 2023, yes, I was on Trintellix and Rexulti.
And can you say that first one again?
Trintellix?
Trintellix?
Yes.
And could you spell that for the record?
Trintellix.
And how long have you been taking that particular medicine?
I've been taking that for years.
And was that something that was prescribed to you?
Yes.
Okay. And at around the time of October of 2023, were there any sort of changes in your prescription or the amount of, is it Trintellix that you were taking?
Yes, so I wasn't really getting any relief from the Trintellix, so my psychiatrist recommended that I try a new medication.
Okay, and what was the new medication that you were taking, or that you recommended to take?
A medication called Auvelity.
Auvelity?
Auvelity, A-U-V-E-L-I-T-Y.
And so at around the period of October 21st of 2023, were you on one medication or both medications?
I believe I was only on the Trintellix at that time.
And is that something that you're able just to quit cold turkey, or did you have to kind of wean yourself off of that before changing medications?
No, there was a specific regimen that I was following to wean myself off of the Trintellix and to ramp up the Auvelity.
Okay, and then at what point in time did you start taking the Auvelity?
It would have been sometime either, I'm not certain of the date, but late October or early November.
Okay, and have you ever taken that medication before that particular time?
No.
When you started taking the medication, did you have any side effects from that medication?
Initially, no.
Okay. I want to ask you about a particular date, November 7th of 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
And where were you on that specific day?
On that day, I was in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
And what brought you to Kalamazoo?
So typically, I work remotely from home. However, because of what had been going on in my life, my supervisor had suggested that maybe it would be better if I was around people for a few days, and so he invited me to go and work on site at the Kalamazoo office.
And where did you work at that particular time? What was the employer?
A company called Stryker.
And what did you do for Stryker at that time?
So I was a data scientist, so I was working with data that would come off of hospital beds to try and prevent conditions like bed sores, to prevent falls from occurring in hospital conditions.
Okay, and where were you staying on November 7th when you were at Kalamazoo?
I was staying at a hotel, the Four Points Sheraton.
And when you were at the Sheraton on the night of November 7th, can you explain to the jury what happened that night?
Sure. So I finished work that day. I checked into the hotel. I took so at that point, that was the second day that I was instructed to double the dosage of Auvelity. So I increased from 1 pill to 2 pills. I went out to dinner, and then I came back to the hotel. I sat in my car. I smoked 4 hits off of a vape pen.
And when you say you smoked, what substance were you smoking?
Cannabis.
So would that be marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And so after you smoked the cannabis, did something happen at that point?
No, not initially. I felt fine. I went inside. I bought a sparkling water and went to my hotel room and began listening to a podcast. I began to feel abnormal while listening to the podcast. My thoughts began racing. They soon became what I would describe as uncontrollable, that I couldn't stop worrying about things. Initially it was work related. I couldn't stop worrying about that I had brought the wrong clothes to work, that I wasn't going to make a good impression. I was worrying about having to meet with the director of the program, and then my thoughts began to focus around Sam's death. And
what sort of direction did your thoughts go in at that point with regard to Sam's death?
I began to believe that I was that I was responsible for her death, that I had somehow killed her and didn't remember doing it, and I couldn't shake that feeling, and it was disturbing to the extreme. I began to text. I texted a few friends. I texted an ER doctor friend about seeing a psychiatrist. I texted another friend with whom I had spoken about psychiatry treatment. I texted my psychologist saying that I was freaking out, and I came to the conclusion that that I was having a panic attack and needed to seek medical treatment.
And once you reached that conclusion, did you call the police? Did you call 911?
So actually, I took all of my stuff and recognized that that I didn't want my things in the hotel, and so I took all my stuff, put it in the car, went out to the car, and I called 911.
Okay, and after you called 911, did you have some interaction with the police?
Yes.
Now, the particular types of thoughts and sensations that you were having during this episode. Had anything like that ever happened to you before, in terms of that type of episode?
No.
And do you have any? Has anything like that happened since?
No.
The particular drug that you were on at that time, and again, remind me what the name of that was.
Auvelity.
Auvelity. Have you continued taking that drug since this episode happened?
No.
When did you stop taking Auvelity?
Immediately.
And have you had any issues like this since then?
No.
Before this happened on November 7th, did you ever feel like you were responsible for Samantha's death in
No.
any way? Are you responsible for Samantha's death in any way?
No.
Do you have any periods of blackouts or unaccounted for time in any way?
No.
Okay. And when you spoke with the police, did you say some things about feeling responsible for Samantha's death?
Yes.
You understand that today that you're testifying under something called use immunity, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is your understanding that that means that for this time that you're sitting in the witness chair that anything you say can't be used against you in a subsequent criminal proceeding?
Yes.
And you understand that to be entitled to use immunity that you have to be truthful in your testimony?
Yes.
Have you been truthful in your testimony today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review a recording of the 911 call that you made on November 7th?
Yes.
And when you reviewed that recording, did that recording appear to be a fair and accurate depiction or reflection of the actual call that you made back on November 7th in Kalamazoo?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed Exhibit 27. Is it your understanding that that recording is on this disc?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed Exhibit 27.
No objection.
Exhibit 27 will be admitted and made public. Is it more than 15 minutes long?
No, Your Honor, the call is approximately 7 minutes, and so perhaps we could maybe break after that. The next portion would be the body-worn camera video of what he said to the police, and that's going to be a little bit longer.
Okay,
That
that
makes
might be a
sense.
good, unless you have questions for him about that call, but.
And again, just for the record, publishing Exhibit 27.
What's the location of your emergency?
One Sheridan Kalamazoo reported their owner village.
The Four Points Hotel on Eastport?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a room number you're talking about?
No, I'm in the parking lot.
Okay. What's going on there?
I'm having a full-blown panic attack. I think I need to see a psychiatrist.
Okay. How old are you, sir?
I'm 41.
Okay. Do you want me to send the ambulance up to you?
Yes, please. I can't drive myself.
You can't what?
I can't drive right now.
Okay, that's all right. Is your phone number 847?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to transfer to like ambulance, okay? Yeah, I'm on the way right now, so they're going to have some questions to ask you. It will slow them down. This is Helen, transferring 3600 East Court. 3600 East Court. Yes. Phone number?
I'm in the parking lot.
All right, tell me exactly what happened.
I'm having a panic attack. I think I may be in danger of this.
Okay. We're going to go back to you just a moment. Sir, listen to me. I have paramedics on the way, but I'm just going to ask you a couple other questions. How old are you?
41.
Okay. And are you there alone? Okay. You're okay. I got help coming for you, okay? Listen, we're on
are you?
Still on the line? Yeah, we are. We can take it from here if you'd like to. I'll set up to it. Put it in the middle. Maybe a minute from then. Okay.
We have it coming. Are you by your vehicle? Okay, what kind of car are you in? Black. Okay, can you turn your four-way hazards on for us? Okay, good. Try to slow your breathing down. Try breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Okay, slow and easy. Hold it in for a second and then release it. Breathe in through your nose, hold it, now blow it out. In through your nose and then blow it out. Alright. And then are you bleeding? Okay. Are you bleeding or vomiting blood? Okay, do you have any pain? Okay, listen to me. Try breathing in through your nose, then blow it out. Blow in through your nose, and blow it out. Nice and easy. Do you have any pain? Okay, good. Just try to slow that breathing down, okay? Have you tested positive for COVID in the last 14 days? Okay, good. Slow and easy breath. Remember, in through your nose, blow it out through your mouth. Put it in through your nose, and then blow it out through your mouth. Oh, no. Okay. Stay on the line with me until the officers get there. Let me know when they find you, okay? They're coming to help you along with us. Okay. Sir? You are correct. Sir, can you come back to the phone? Hello? Slow your breathing down. Hello? Is your phone, listen to me, is your phone number 847? Now we got an officer that's looking for you. Are you able to put your hazards on so we can find you? I don't think you can hear us anymore. Can you put it down and then put us on speaker? Okay. Yeah. I've got one needed emergency. If you want to connect, you can. Okay, I will. Thanks. Bye. Sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Are you able to put your hazards on? My officer can. My hazards are on. Okay. Do you see a police car in the area? Yeah, they just pulled up. Perfect. They're there to speak with you, okay? I'm gonna let you up so they can talk with you, okay? You can see my hands. You can see my hands. They're not there to hurt you or anything, okay? You're not in trouble. I know I'm in trouble. You're not in trouble, okay? The officer's there to help you, okay? He's not a good guy.
27. Sir, when you made that call, where were you situated?
I was in my car
And where was your car situated?
in the parking lot of the Four Points Sheraton.
And are you able to recall what was going through your head at the time that you made that call?
Sheer panic. I couldn't catch my breath. My heart was racing. I was terrified.
Okay. And after you found out about Samantha's death, can you say what, if any, impact her death had on your mental health?
It was not good. I was devastated. There were days that I couldn't get out of bed. I wasn't sleeping well. I would also sleep in the afternoons. My sleeping schedule was all off. I took it very hard.
And when you spoke with the police back on that Sunday, right after her death, what was your frame of mind like at that time?
I just wanted to be as helpful as possible.
Was that an easy position to be in, to be questioned by the police right after your ex-girlfriend had been murdered?
It wasn't easy, but I didn't have anything to hide, so I